So I had gone live and then it must have shut me off. I don't know. Weird. We'll start again. What's happening, everyone? So weirdness. I'd hit the go live button and did the countdown and the lucha, but it must have pushed. It must have somehow sent me out of it and ended. It didn't take. So here we are again, starting again with my breakfast. Maybe I'll give a better explanation while people are actually watching. So, good morning, David H. How are you, sir? Good to see you as always. MD Chaz, Britt Pierce should rebrand to Grand Gringa. Yes, much like the Grand Seiko. So for breakfast, I sometimes in the morning, if I don't make something and I'm running to work or if there's a lot of traffic, whatever, I'll get those little breakfast bites from Starbucks. So I made a giant breakfast bite because it's really hard to make the little ones like they do. But my big one came out pretty good. So it was a bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast chomp, we'll call it. A grand bite, as MD Chaz would call it. But it came out pretty good. No complaints. It was, and I had some leftover Canadian bacon and sausage. I had an heirloom tomato. You know, add that together with some coffee from the Nespresso maker. It was almost like sitting in a Starbucks. Almost. Or like being in my office. What's happening with everybody out there? How is everyone doing? Did everyone have a good week? Did anyone or everyone or some of you catch the Thursday night live stream of Tim's around 8 p.m.? Why do I ask? Why do I ask? There is a reason. There is definitely a reason why I asked that question. Anyone care to take a guess that maybe doesn't know? We've got 11 people in. Please don't forget to hit the upvote button as you make your way into the show. We do always appreciate that. That's how we grow and continue to talk, continue to have our Sunday conversations based on knowing that you guys enjoy them. So yes, Thursday night, Dr. Bob. He says I never watched the drama channels. Dr. Bob said, David A said missed that, but saw a hint on the old Instagram. Yes. So I did a thing. There were many that thought that I would buy an Explorer 1. And I looked at it. I turned down another 40 Explorer 1 to do what I did. And I also looked at a couple 39s because I like the dial layout of the text better on the 39. I just couldn't wrap my mind around that's the size or spending that much money for that watch. For a 39 Explorer, for spending new Explorer 40 money for an Explorer 39. Good morning, Logan Hall. Good morning, Breakfast Master Mark. I do my best. And the other watch, obviously, the IWC Aqua Timer, which I am the only person in the world who likes. I'm convinced that that is an audience of one. Me. So the Aqua Timer was 42 millimeters. Obviously, the Explorer 40 is 40. The Aqua Timer has an internal rotating bezel. The Explorer 40 has a 369 layout. The lugs on the Aqua Timer are shaped a certain way. The Explorer 40 is a thinner watch than the Aqua Timer. So what I did is I went right in between all of those things. I went right in between every one of those metrics. And I bought, let me make it so big. I bought a JLC Polaris. So this watch does a lot of things for me. Instead of 369, I get a 12-369, which I really like. All applied Arabics. I get a fancier black dial because it is like a flat black, almost like a opaline black on the Rehat. And then it has like a pebble finish where the applied Arabics and markers are. And then it's a sort of a sunburst black in the middle. Good morning, the awesome Pawan. Good morning, Goldfinger. David H. Looks great on. Yeah, it fits too. It fits really well. I will tell you, it is very thin compared to some of my other watches. And I really like the way this thing wears. I really do. It also, on either side, so it's a butterfly. So it also kind of, I had moved on from the Aquaterra, but it's kind of got an Aquaterra vibe to it as well, especially in the butterfly bracelet. But in this butterfly bracelet, on either side, you have micro adjust. So you have 2.5 millimeters of micro adjust on either side of the butterfly bracelet, so you can really dial in the fit. Or, as I found the last couple days, when it warms up a little bit, you can adjust it, which is nice. So it's actually makes it better than the Aquaterra bracelet, which I always like the Aquaterra bracelet. And it's kind of reverse of the Aquaterra bracelet because the shiny, high polish parts are on the edges and the bigger center links are brushed satin. I like the watch a lot. I think it fits my wrist well. And the thinness, I wasn't sure because I kind of like big, thick, chunky watches. I really like the thinness of this watch. It fits really well. It wears great. I wore it all day at work yesterday, and it was just fire. I tried to size the bracelet myself, messed it all up, bent oh geez. I took it over to the watchmaker that I go to, and he said he could not even give me an A for effort. He's a Swiss guy living in America, but he was not happy with my attempt at fixing the watch. But he liked the watch a lot. He actually, I was wearing the IWC when I went over, and he loved that IWC. He wants the new Patronus. So he was all over my IWC. He did warn me not to break it badly because someone just paid him $3,000 to fix their. I don't know what they did. He was trying to explain to me what they did to this watch. His poor watch. But anyway, yeah, he just fixed a IWC for someone, and it was bad. It was bad. It was in bad shape. But I have my first ever JLC. It is a great watch. I like it a lot, and it fits my wrist. It's a very Lucha watch, and like I said, it kind of Aquaterra Explorer 1 Aqua Timer. It really checks all those boxes for me. Does everything I needed to do. Let's see. Hyanix guy has the best pronunciation of Gégé La Cultra. Gringa even clipped it into one of her videos. Yeah, it's a mouthful. And I've heard it both as Gégé Le Cout and Gégé Le Coultre. So I'm not sure even which is proper. Somebody told me that there was a video somebody just released saying like how to pronounce all the videos. I have to check that out. But yeah, if you can't come close, JLC works just fine. JLC just works. PW knows what I'm talking about because he also has a Polaris. He has the blue date, beautiful watch, absolutely gorgeous watch. I did not need a blue, and I did not want a date, which is why I went with just the automatic. And I found a deal. I found somebody willing to work with me. I found a deal. The box that I was a little disappointed. There was a little mark on it. Now, so when I took it over to get the bracelet sized, and the guy there likes me because I have interesting watches, not just the average stuff, as he says. So he not only adjusted the bracelet for me, fixed my mistake, and um, I- he made the he did a pressure test, and he cleaned up that little spot I was telling you guys about. I was saying on Tim Stream. So the most disappointing part was that the box. So this guy sells a lot of watches. He has a lot of watches. So the box that he used to take the pictures in was not the box that was sent to me. The box that was sent to me was trashed on the inside. I get the outer cardboard part. I mean, it had all the stuff, the books, the warranty card, everything was there. But the pillow that the watch was on was all chewed up. The inside of the box wasn't looking good. So one thing I can say, with the little bit of a mark that was on there that is now gone, with um with the box going through Chrono 24, they mediated a little settlement on that because I wasn't happy. I didn't want to send the watch back, but I wasn't happy either because I felt like it was a little bit of a misrepresentation. And so I got another. They let us negotiate it, and then we sent it over to them. So on Tuesday, I will have the box that was taken in, that the photos were taken in, is being sent to me, and the uh I got $500 off. I got a credit of $500. Very cool. But that's so when you go through Chrono 24, obviously you're going to pay your state taxes. Okay, they're going to make sure the taxes are collected. But the money goes into escrow, and until you say, "Yeah, we're happy with it," the money stays in that little escrow account. So if you have something to work out, you can. So you have a little bit of protection. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect system, but anything you can do to protect yourself these days, you have to do. And then, so not only did I get I have a new box coming and the $500. I have the satisfaction of taking the watch over to the watchmaker, having it tested, um, having, and he loves this watch. Like you said, not quite as much as he loves the IWC, but he's a big fan. So he's a big fan of my Zenith. He likes the weird stuff that I like. Why do I like odd watches, everyone? Why do I like odd watches? I feel like aside from BW, no one likes the watches that I like. The awesome Paul one says JJ Lacoute. Lacoute. Logan Hall says, I bet Irix guy could make a raccoon omelet. Yeah. I'm not going to be doing that. No raccoon omelets for old Mark. But I did make my giant egg bite. BW says it's funny that we're very similar. I know, right? Even like the watches I don't like the North Flag. I'm like, I like the North Flag. You're like, I have one. I'm like, there you go. There you have it. But knowing that you had that watch, we had talked about that watch before, and knowing that you had that watch and that you liked that watch was one of the things, what was a factor into when I went to buy this watch, so I knew somebody who had it and that was happy with it. I saw a lot of videos on it, read a lot of reviews on it, looked at the good and the bad of it, and ended up making a decision based on that. Looking Glass, good to see you. Yeah, anybody, again, I spruik his channel a lot, but if you like 80s culture, gangster culture, that type of stuff, go check out Looking Glass's Instagram. Always your story feed will be filled with funny video clips, and it's always a good time. I always like good content. People, I like happy people. MD Chaz, Mark, could you do all JLC collection? Polaris for sport, Versa for dress. I don't think I could. In fact, I was looking at things and I'm like, I'm sort of leaning to the exact opposite of an all one brand collection. So I could almost do an all IWC collection if I wanted to, but that would have to include me buying an aqua timer, which then people would want to shoot me. But I am kind of leaning towards, I'm looking over there. I'm like, well, let's see. We got a Gigi Lecoultre. We have an IWC. We have a Zenith. We have a Longines. We're looking at a Rolex. What if I had a collection that was one of each? One of each. It would be the exact opposite of that, MD Chaz. Not on purpose. Not on purpose. I actually considered a Big Pilot 43 as well. There was a pretty decent deal on, but I was like, I just bought that other IWC. It's a 43. I was looking for something different. I think I found something different. I'll show you a couple pictures here. Let's see. Oh, I thought this was funny. This is a Zenith, but obviously I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I put the Zenith on my insulin pen and supplies and just said, a watch so sweet that it requires insulin. I thought that was cute. But yes, a Zen is definitely on the thing. So here's a better picture of the watch. You can see, so it's almost like an opaline black on the rehaut on the internal rotating bezel here, and then it's like a stone finish, like a sand finish with where the applied Arabics and markers are, and then it's a very shiny, almost a sunburst center. Now I think on the blue it is truly sunburst. I think this is more of a lacquered finish on mine, but this is what I was looking for. I wasn't looking for the blue. I like the green. You have different there's some different stuff, but I really just kind of wanted the black because it was, the idea of this was to take the place really of three watches: the Aquaterra, which I'd sold, the Aqua Timer, which everyone hates, but it does have the internal rotating bezel, and the Explorer One, which is a hair small. I'm not 100% sold on it, but I like the 369 effect. So yeah, at 12, I feel like I just gained an Arabic number out of that scenario. BW says I need a Zen. Yes, Zen is I like Zen. Zen's a good watch. I've been looking a lot at some Zens. Looking Glass, you're too good. You, my friend, have a gift to analyze this. Yes, but Looking Glass has a good thing. So, what's the state of the collection? Kevin says. Ooh, so again, I'm not going to count all the Seikos and Casios and G Shocks and stuff like that, but the core four would look, obviously the core four of the collection right now would be the Polaris, the IWC chronograph, pilot's chronograph, AMG, edition AMG. Great watch. The Longines Legend Diver 42. Another watch that BW and I have in common. And of course, my baby, the Zenith D5 Skyline Blue. So this is why I did not. I love this watch. I think I will always love this watch. But I love the blue. And one of the reasons I didn't go for one of the blue Polaris was the fact that I had this blue one. So that's the Core 4, if you will. Yeah, BW, the JLC has 3 different colors and finishes. It's a great watch. And it's thin. So the no date version, so like 11.2. And normally I'd like a bigger, thicker watch. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's a 41. It's got everything I would want. Oh my Lord! Speaking of everything you could want in life, Kimbo.
Hey,
what's happening?
What's happening?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. That's nice. That's a nice collection you got there.
A nice kind of like revamped core watches, you know.
Yeah, it was a great collection. I wanted to ask though, you do have 2 very similar watches in your.
It's true. I know.
JLC. So,
I know.
What's your thought process there? Are you gonna keep both? You gonna?
Right now, I'm keeping both, but I am definitely on the fence. Because I keep looking at them and going, you know, the JLC is so much nicer of an internal. The only thing that the Longines has going for it, the JLC is only 100-meter water resistance. The Longines is 300. Yeah, because it has dual.
Does that matter though?
Down. It's nice. What if I go diving?
Diving, you're gonna go past 100.
I'm not gonna go past 20.
You're not gonna even go past 5 probably. When you're snorkeling with fishes, you're only like 5 meters deep.
Exactly. I know. I can't do it. Did you? So this was funny. Evan G says, I love Tim's reaction. Oh, JLC, that's a better watch than I thought. Did you see the unboxing?
Yeah, I saw it.
I thought that was, I'm like, dude, you're taking a shot. He's like, well, I thought it was going to be a Tudor, he said.
Well, standards are very different over there.
Yes. Evan says, team thinner is better, down to about 7 millimeters. Thinner than it starts getting, thinner than that, it starts getting weird. But yeah, I was surprised at how much I enjoyed wearing the thinner watch.
Thinner is better, must say.
Yeah. BW says, I doubt Tim has ever handled a JLC other than a reverse. I'm sure. Yeah, that's probably the case. He just seemed shocked when I showed that it was a JLC box. He was like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Muhammad Ali, JLC Polaris is a great watch. Thank you. So Looking Glass. It's funny you say white dial, because now I think when I look at what I have and what I'm looking towards, I think that the Explorer II Polar might be the better answer for me than the Sea Dweller, because it's white. It's bright polar white.
Wait, hold on. Your next watch might be a Rolex, but your stream title is why I think Rolex is boring. Why would you go for a Rolex at this point?
Well, I'm trying to, catfish people in here, Kimbo.
Well, you got me on here.
I do think they are a little bit boring, and I will tell you why. And the Explorer II, I think, because of the stainless bezel, the non-rotating stainless bezel is a little different looking But when I look at a Submariner, a Yachtmaster, a Sea Dweller, a GMT 2 at more than 10 feet away, I'm not sure which watch I'm looking at often.
Well, so most of them have PCLs while the sub does not. So.
Yeah.
But you're right. They all look the same. That's why I think the Explorer 2 is very different in terms of the dial size. It's much bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the handset, the hour markers, the seconds hand, that little pip thing on the seconds hand. So much bigger and so much nicer, I think.
I agree. And
that big fat orange hand. Oh, it's so nice.
Yeah, I like that big fat orange hand. It is different from the other Rolex. And I'm not a Rolex hater, you know. I just don't understand why they all, like I said, if I see someone, say I'm shopping and I'm at the market, picking up food at the market, and I see someone down the aisle and I can tell they're wearing either a Rolex or a Homage, right? But I can't tell until I get right up on top of them usually which model it is, because at a distance they all kind of look the same. The dials that look so much the same. And, with the exception of the Explorer II, they all either have an aluminum if they're old or a ceramic if they're newer bezel. So there's so much similarity that to me it kind of gets a little boring. And if it's a date just, sometimes at a distance it can look like a date, like a day. You just never know. Oh my God! Looking Glass.
Oh, you catfished me.
See, you got somebody. Look at
that. See,
you catfished me.
I got them all coming. I did it. Cha-ching. How you doing, sir?
Not bad, not bad. That is a beautiful watch, and I think I told you before. You have great spatial recognition for your sweet spot.
Yeah, I kind of know where my watches fit.
Kevin, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. Two of my favorite people, so I said I got to jump on.
There you go. I'm honored. So I was just spruiking your channel earlier. I love your. I get all your stuff all the time. Like, I have to be careful sometimes at work because I'll click it on, and if my volume's too loud, everyone's going, "What are you listening to over there?"
Oh man. But when I heard you talk about the Explorer II, I said, "Oh, the crew's getting bigger."
There you go. I've always had a sweet spot for that watch, and I've always thought, Buckley's a perfect example. What I've asked many times on this channel and on the community channel before, if there's a watch that you regret selling, and the number one answer I get is the Explorer II.
Yep.
Everyone who's moved on from it either regrets it or, like Buckley, goes and gets it again. Yeah. So that's a testament to that watch. But like Evan G says, Rolex basically makes 4 watches: the OP, Daytona, Sub, Day-Date. Everything else is basically some combination of parts from those 4. Yeah, they're very similar. Now, what they do really well. So even if I say that I find some of the design language to be a little boring because it just carries over from piece to piece, it doesn't mean I don't like it or respect what they do with their watches. It's just be nice to see something a little bit different here and there.
Does that bezel actuate? Is it rotated?
Yeah. Oh yeah, on this one?
Yes,
show us how it works.
How do you dig into that?
Fire it up.
Is Evan G's cat wearing a watch?
Oh geez. I'm sure it is. Evan G says, I love my Rolex, but I'm honest about it. Yeah. I love Rolex too. I've owned them. I have a lot of respect for the brand, and I have a lot of respect for what they represent to people. Yeah. So it goes either way too.
So how does that work with the water resistance?
Well, that's why this one is 100. So this one is not a screw down like the Longines, and it's not a screw in case back. It's a screw. It's got actual screws on it. So this one's 100 meters water resistance instead of. They do make some 200 meter ones. Oddly, the other one I was looking at was the Date, which is 200 meters water resistance, but mostly you find that on the rubber strap, and it's less expensive retail, which is weird, even though it does a little bit more. But yeah, so that has the internal rotating bezel. It really clicked a lot of boxes for me, but it does make me look at that. But see, that was the watch I regretted selling, was the Longines. So I'm like, does this take the place of it enough that I won't miss it?
I looked at that a couple of times, the Legend Diver.
It's a cool watch, and it's different looking. You know, when you put them, you know, even though they both have the dual crowns and stuff, it's a completely different looking watch. When you see it, it's a completely different wearing experience. Whereas it's smaller than a 41. This wears bigger than a 42 because it's got a 52 lug to lug.
The lugs,
and it's got that giant. The dial just seems giant on that watch, you know. So BW has both. He says the crown for the rotating bezel is very evident if it's open. Mine has an internal orange stripe. You see it when it's open. So you have the Date. You have 200 meters worth of water resistance. Mine is not. This one is not a screw down. It's just 100 meters worth of water resistance.
Well, throw it in the trash. Get rid of it.
Get rid of it. Trash it. Trash it. Mathis in the house. Yeah, so it's a totally different wearing experience between the two, but you're right, Kimbo. I'm looking at them both going, oh, geez, do I need them both?
I'm doing the same thing too with my GMTs, right? I wanted to ask Looking Glass, what are you thinking about your GMTs, your black, and your Explorer II? Are you keep them both?
Yeah, I think so. I think I got one more to add, and then I'm out.
See, I want to get rid of one, but I'm not sure which one.
Do
you?
Yeah.
So which ones do you have, Kevin?
I have the same ones that Looking Glass has. I have the GMT Master 2 black. And then instead of the polar dial, I have the Mathis dial. And the Mathis hands, the ghost hands on the Polar 2. Oh, the Explorer 2.
So I think it's different if you have the Polar.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go and get the Polar. I think I'm happy with
No, I know. You have the black already, so it's not, you know. Yeah. But I'm like the black.
It just the size is so great. It's the best size, I think.
And it's a good watch. That's another one that people have gone and repurchased. That probably the second most when I asked that question about regret would be the black because there's a Nub Gunner, a couple other people too have repurchased that watch.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't decide.
That's going to require a lot of thought, Kevin.
Yeah.
Because I go back and forth, and I pass up the sub a lot when I'm looking in the collection, and I go, "What am I going to wear today?" Pass. I mean, it ends up on because basically I got a Core 3, but when I'm wearing the Submariner, I look down and I go, "Where's the GMT hand?" Like it really matters what I'm doing now, you know. I'm up on a mountain.
All right, this is BW's Polaris. So he got the blue with the Date. I like this dial. I didn't need a blue. A couple things I like a little bit, but I like I like the no date that I have. Two little things that I like better about this. than mine a little bit, are the 200 meters of water resistance, obviously, and the hands. So they skeletonize the inside of the hands. So they only loom the tips, which I know isn't as easy to see at night, but I thought in the daylight, the hands were a little cooler looking, and the little red tip on the hand on the second hand is cool.
Do you have
a little bit different look?
Do you have the orange indices at the numbers on yours?
No, mine is all white. That's another one of the little differences. But hold on. So grab a good picture of it here. Here. Yeah, see, mine's all white, all black and white. But it's cool because it's 3 different textures, you know? So it really sends a thing. Kevin likes what he likes, cannot be swayed. That's Matt is saying.
We got to keep the head count in Team Mathis, right? I think it's if you're in there for 3 weeks, you can't get out. Once you join.
Evan says, yeah, if you have a GMT, I don't think you need a subby.
I don't know if I agree with that because the GMT has it's more polished.
Yeah.
Instead of brushed, that gives it a really different look.
Yeah, I don't.
Like this, I wouldn't even be having this debate if I didn't have the polish center links on the black. But I've seen people remove the PCLs and it just doesn't look right because Rolex didn't do it. So
yeah,
I haven't brought myself to do that yet. It's tough. I don't know what to do. Maybe I should just get rid of both.
Oh man, what would you get if you got rid of both?
I don't know.
MD Chaz says, I'd keep the Explorer II. Rotating bezels for me just get gunked up with sunscreen, sand, salt, etc. Evan G says, get an OP instead of a sub. I looked at a couple of OPs too. That's the other watch I looked at.
No, I don't like. I like the Mercedes hands.
Yeah. There's something about the OP that is both appealing and unappealing at the same time. And I can't describe it. Like, it never makes me want it. You know what I mean?
And it doesn't have the most useful complication ever. Little flip lock on your brace on your clasp.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, you don't get the flip lock. You don't. There's, it's no date, but because it's a Rolex, it almost looks strange in a way not to have a date with a big old Cyclops on it. There's just something about it that just makes it a little weird. Man, I love the Memo Box, but is it worth 3 times Vulcan Cricket? I don't think so. It is. It's a cool complication to have an alarm and stuff, but is it? I don't think it's worth that kind of money. To me, it isn't. To me, it isn't. Watch someone said there's also more water resistance on the sub. Yes.
Yes, but again, I asked the question: who's going down that deep?
Yeah, it's true. It is true. And he says he loves the Polaris, loves how close the dial is to the crystal. Yeah, it's really nice. And it's thinner. And that was one of the things I was not 100% sure on, but man, it wears good. Like I said, that little bit of micro adjust on either side of the butterfly just kind of makes the watch. But I think it's a lot more interesting looking than the Explorer one.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Can you show that, Mark?
What's that?
The micro adjust?
Oh, yeah. So on either side of the butterfly. So
you're not sharing.
I had the James,
there you go.
I'm not sharing. So when I had the Aquaterra, was a very similar bracelet, with the butterfly. What's cool about this? First off, the center is stationary. It doesn't move one side of the link or the other. So you have four things to push to release the watch. So it's not going to come off your wrist. But on either side, let's see if I can show this. I'm terrible. My big fat fingers get in the way. You have almost like a T-fit micro adjust of 2.5 millimeters on each side of the butterfly, so you can really dial in the fit, and you can as you're like yesterday I wore it all day. As the day was going on, you get a little bit of wrist, it warms up, you get a little bit of wrist swell, just tighten it up a little bit, and you're ready to roll.
Wow, I'm definitely a fan of that.
Yeah, it makes it. That was the big complaint about the Aquaterra was there's no micro adjust at all, even with pins, and no on the fly micro adjust. So if you swell up and get, if you wear it a little tighter, it can feel tighter as the day goes on.
Yeah, you definitely need like a micro adjust nowadays.
Yeah.
Especially when everybody else does it.
Exactly. BW says the same thing. There's actually there's one on each side of the butterfly, so it gives you 5 millimeters total, and it's cool. Dear Artifact in the house, he says, congrats on the JLC Lucha. The Polaris has such an iconic and pleasing dial design. Yeah, it's just a nice watch. And when I look at it, I'm wearing it, I look at the time, I'm like, I just kind of like that dial, It's very on a strap, it would take on a very dress watch look, I think. It's a very round case and very thin.
Are you getting it's not thin, but are you getting the rubber strap?
Not right now. I really like this bracelet, so I think I'm gonna ride out the bracelet for a while.
Are they deployant or pin buckle or both? I don't even know.
I think it's a deployant, but based on looking at
the rubber strap's a deployant. Now you can buy a rubber strap on their website, but you can't. You have to call them to get the deployant buckle. So I know the strap is like $275. I'm not sure what the deployant is for it.
That's expensive.
Yeah, that's what I said. I tried that watch on the date version in black with the deployant at our local AD over the summer. It's a nice watch, and the colorways are a little bit different on the date version, and the Arabics, since you lose the 3, the Arabics, the 6, 9, 12 are actually a little bit bigger, but it kind of gave me a Hydra Conquest vibe, if that makes sense. With the date, missing the 3. I love the symmetry of this. It just, I don't know, it works. It works.
It's a perfect fit for you. So you got rotating bezel, micro adjusts. 100 meters. I think you said if you go to war with the detail department in your company,
yes,
you got it covered now.
Exactly.
You're water resistant.
Exactly. if Terry, our Andy Benz, decides he wants to battle, I'm all set. I am all set for that battle. And I just think it's a more interesting looking watch. And it's a little bit different, which everybody knows I like things that are a little bit different for whatever reason. It is what it is. But the finish on this watch, like I said, it's almost like an opaline black on the internal bezel or the rehaut. And then it's like a sandblasted finish through here. And then the center, it has a little bit of a sunburst to it, but it's much more of a lacquer on the black. I think the blue has more of a sunburst to it than the other. But it's a good watch. It's a good watch. So like this watch of BW's is the date version. So you can see it's almost a little more fume.
It looks like he's got more going on, right? He's got the inner track. as well.
Yeah. Just a little bit more stuff going on, but it's gorgeous. And if I was going to do the date version, I would do the blue versus the black, because the blue, I think, just there's so much more color to it. It's really a vibrant watch than the black one. But very cool. Either way, but same bracelet, same micro adjust. So Looking Glass, what are you looking for next?
My next one is when I pull the parachute. That's it. I'm 40 mil yellow gold day date black sticks.
Black sticks.
Very nice. Okay,
that's a nice watch. Very nice watch. And that's then you're like, it's over.
Yep, that's it.
It's never over though. I'll tell you, it's never over. It's never over.
Yeah. We all like to think it's over.
Yep.
But it never is. Evan G says, Zen. Yeah, I saw No Endless Time. That's another good Instagram to follow. That guy has an amazing watch collection. He's in Germany. And aside from his Rolexes and Pateks and whatever else he also has an amazing Zen collection, because he lives very close to the factory. And he just picked up a couple new bracelets for some of his watches, because they just came out with a new micro adjust, toolless micro adjust. Because like Evan said, their clasps are always lacking. Evan G, I don't like rubber straps. They get gross after a couple months. They can. See, I go back and forth on this watch and wood. A Tang is nice, but I've dropped a couple watches in my lifetime too that were, that didn't have a deployant on them, so I could see the benefit there.
Having a deployant feels more luxurious. I don't know why. To me, it does.
Doesn't it? See, I think that too. So the new Patronus IWC has more color than this one, than the one that I have. Obviously, it's not the carbon dial; it's the kind of the gray dial with the greenish, teal numbers and stuff. But one of the things that I like better about this watch than that watch is just that it's the deployant. It's got a titanium deployant on it.
Yeah, it just looks.
It does.
It just looks more complete,
doesn't it? I agree. If you're spending that kind of money on a watch, I kind of like to have I consider an upgrade on the on the class, and it's just easier to use.
Put on, yeah, it's a lot easier to put on.
Yeah. Even when I had the Seamaster Professional 300M, I put I sourced out a black deployant rubber for it, because I like the deployant. Just to me was a better way to go.
And those Omega deployants are real nice. They're real nice and thin.
Yeah. Yeah, that was real comfy too.
I was shocked when you got rid of that Aquaterra.
I was too. I wasn't.
I didn't think you would. I didn't think you would do it.
I wasn't really wearing it, and I think mostly because it was green. I thought I wanted the green. I think I was just late to the green party, and then I was kind of forcing myself to wear things that I thought would make it was weird. Like I had to think about it too much. Whereas anything else, I'm just trying to pick out an outfit and pick out a watch, Whereas that required some thought, and I was like, oh.
The green just reminded you of Eagles green. That's why you're just like, oh, I can't look at it anymore.
It's my cross-state rivals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I'll tell you the truth, Kevin.
Nick Sirianni.
When I seen him say that he was getting a new watch and he had gotten rid of one, I said, "Oh my goodness, I don't think it." Let me rephrase that. I thought that it was going to be another Aquaterra that he was unboxing.
Yeah, it's true.
I didn't expect it.
Yeah, you moved
I
on.
I think most people thought I was going to unbox the Aqua Timer.
Mm.
Yeah.
You made the better choice.
I still like that watch, but this is definitely a better watch.
Oh yeah, and I think the bracelets. Well, look, everybody wears what they like, does what they like, but the bracelets on the Legend Diver and Polaris are so different.
Yeah.
I think that's what separates them. You can have those two in the collection, I think.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. It's completely different. Evan says Mark with his 6 Aquaterras. Yeah. I could have an Aquaterra collection. Now, if I did another Aquaterra, I would probably do one of the rubber strap options next time. They're deployants. And
yeah, those are nice.
Those fit well. The only real issue ever with an Aquaterra is the crown. Your fingers get sore if you have to work the crown because it's stiff.
Of course, everything I said could be totally bullshit, and I could be in the same room with a summer blue, and it might be another thing into the collection.
Yeah, the summer blue is really good looking.
But...
Yeah, the summer blue is really good. All of those summer blues are good looking, but that Aquaterra is really. I think it's the most summer of them all because of that lighter blue rubber strap. That would be that's a definite possibility. I also like the white one with the orange hand, the orange second hand,
right.
on the black rubber with the orange stitching. That one's good looking. MD Chaz says Tim would have had to make that stream members only if Mark unboxed an Aqua Timer. I know, right? There would have been a lot of yelling and swearing, gnashing of teeth if I had unboxed that. I still think it was hilarious that Tim was like, he goes, stop. I'm like, what? He goes, this is a nicer watch than I thought it was going to be. I'm like, he's taking a shot there, Timbo. That was good. That was good stuff.
All right, guys, I'm going to hop off.
All right, man. Well, thanks for stopping on. I appreciate it.
Kevin, good speaking to you, my friend.
Yeah, see you guys. Enjoy
your day, man. BW says Tim G would have had an aneurysm. He would have. I think earlier that night, him and Daniel Katz might have already had the aneurysm.
Oh man,
craziness. You know, it's the reason you don't talk a lot about religion and politics is because people dig in. And boy, did those two dig in the other night on the stream.
That went, what they say, wow, that escalated quickly.
Yes. Yeah, they were in tight. And so you like the black dial with the sticks. My old boss used to have that watch. It's a gorgeous watch. It really is.
Yeah, I like yellow gold black dial stick indices.
How are things progressing with the pizza shop?
Not bad. We're going over logos and stuff. And
cool.
Yeah, location, like property, and like maybe a General Steel building or a truck, because the truck then could go out.
Oh, yeah.
But property anyway, just to have it.
Yeah, a lot of people start with a truck and then end up with a brick and mortar. Once they develop their following.
Yeah, plus around my location, they're deathly starved for that. So
yeah, car dealerships.
Yeah,
hit wherever your auto rows are. Once a week, those guys are. Yeah, because you got most dealerships, you got 40 to 100 people working in there, and if you have a truck and they can just walk over to it and not have to pay the extra for like DoorDash and stuff, and
right, yeah,
you're supplying them with especially there, I would think trying to find good pizza. Well, you were even saying trying to find good pizza there is hard.
Yeah.
So if you're doing an authentic New York style pizza, be printing money.
Yeah, that's exactly what I explained to my daughter too, you know. And the good thing about it is she used to, when she did work for Chick-fil-A, she was doing the food truck. So
Okay.
she has like 90% of that beat
Yeah.
already. You know, all the cleanup involved in it, how to do all that. So
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's good times. I like a good food truck. And like you said, there's I know a lot of them that have a lot of restaurants that started that way. You picked up a cult following, and moved into an actual building, and they still run their truck.
yeah, yeah. Because I've seen them send them out for parties and stuff. Because they what they do here is a lot of barbecue. If you're looking for barbecue or fried food, you can get any of that. But
yeah, I would imagine you can get a ton of that. Probably pretty good stuff too.
Watch the business model,
But
I try as hard as I can, though, Mark. But I can't. For some reason, I can't get into the white barbecue sauce. I don't know. Maybe it's in my brain. I don't know what it is.
I'm the same way. I'm much more traditional that way. But I don't know.
And I try it not to start any. I'm like, I'm a guest, so I'm always like, yeah, all right, I'll try it. And they go, how is it? And I go, it's okay.
It's okay. But it's like pizza. So once these people taste real, like an authentic pizza,
oh yeah,
they'll be like, oh, wait a second, we've been doing it.
Yep.
We were so used to this. It's like the white sauce. We were so used to that.
Yeah, because we've already been in discussions, and 18-inch, nothing smaller, 18-inch pizza. Slice is fine. You want to slice, sell them by the slice. But if you want a pie, it's 18 inches.
Nice.
And it's a 3-day dough proof, so
okay.
It'll have a lot of flavor, but at the same time, you can really make that thin when you stretch that out.
Yeah. What's on the wrist today?
I'm actually wearing triple black.
Oh, cool. See, I've seen a lot of pictures. You've been posting a lot of the Explorer II lately. Oh, hold on. Let me make you. Boom. Look at that. That's such a classic look.
Yep.
That is such a good looking watch.
Truth be told, though, I do, sometimes I get up in the morning and I'm heading to the shower and I still realize I have the Explorer II on, though. that doesn't happen with any other watch I have.
Yeah.
Previous up until now, take them off or whatever, but I'll lay down, forget it's on, fall asleep, wake up, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to take this off.
Well, I mean, the Explorer 2 is, like I said, it's a great watch, and it's the watch that when you see, when I talk to people, if they have it, they love it, and if they've moved on from it, they really miss it.
Want it back, yeah.
Yeah.
I could see why.
It just it has that kind of hold on people, and it's just a great watch. It just really is a great watch. And like I said, with the way that my collection is going, and when I look at it, I'm like, well, that Polar Dial Explorer 2 would fit right in, know? Because I've got blue, black, gray. And, a sub or, the Sea Dweller is cool just because of the size. It's a little bigger. But the dial on the Explorer 2 is cool. They don't do a lot of the polar white dials.
The lume on it is insane.
Is it? Well, I've seen some of the pictures you put. Yeah,
it's insane, the lume. Like middle of the night, like I said, if you get up and you're heading to the bathroom, you pass the mirror or something, you're like, oh, this thing is fully charged.
Yeah, that's the way this JLC is. The lume on this JLC is really good, and it lasts a lot longer than some of the other watches I've had. And it doesn't seem to need to be totally picked up you don't have to hit it with a loom light or anything. I mean, it picks up natural light real easy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like it.
Yeah, it's a cool watch.
I'm a fan. You made me a fan of it, especially with the deployance.
Mm-hmm.
Because big-wristed people need deployance.
Yeah.
I mean micro. Excuse me.
Micro adjust. Yeah, the micro adjust is huge, and the bracelet's really comfortable. I mean, it just you just like it. And like I said, I look down at it and I'm like, wow, it's just a good looking watch, It's just a nice looking piece. And I joke around about big wrist, small wrist, big watch, small watch and stuff, but 41 with this almost 48, I think, lug to lug. I mean, that fits really well on my wrist.
Yeah.
It just really, when you look at
is that 42 or 41?
41.
It is. Yeah, it still looks good.
Yeah. And it just fits. It just fits. But I like to mess around. I was on Gringa was doing a live stream, and somebody on there was saying that they couldn't, that they typed in a couple times trying to ask her about her Daytona, to like sizing it. She couldn't get it small enough. And I was like, shocking. You can't make a Daytona small enough? Mathis!
Yo.
What's up, buddy?
I'm here to press Looking Glass, okay?
Okay.
All right.
What is the name? What is going to be the name of this Gindaloon food truck down in the south?
Oh man, you want to know something? And I'm not even kidding. It's tightly guarded.
Okay.
I will 100% tell you all privately, but we sat down and thought about it a lot, because you want to have something in the name.
Yeah.
And I'm no shots at anybody, serious, no shots at anybody, but I want to have something that the people here can pronounce themselves. So it's only 2 words.
Okay.
And it's good. It's good. But,
all right, 2 words.
You're saying you're going with Luchabetic Pizza then?
And it's not even mine. Me and my daughter thought about it, so she came up with it.
Lucha. He's either going with the Gindaloon Express. Okay. It's either gonna be City Slickers Pizza, or it's gonna be something like the town he's from,
Yes. So how long have you been down there, Looking Glass?
About 14 years.
Okay.
14 years.
It's been a while, yeah.
14 years. He hasn't lost that accent, not even 1%.
Not even a little bit.
I can fit in until I open my mouth. Once I open my mouth, everybody turns their head and goes, "What's going on here?"
Bruce G in the house. Good to see you, Bruce. Yeah, it's the accent is definitely still there. The like I said, the Instagram, I just, it makes me smile every day when I'm going through, because I like to flip through the stories when I have a little bit of downtime. And so you'll be going through, there'll be this person, that person, and then all of a sudden I'll hit the I call it the Looking Glass stream, where it's just like one after another, good clips and funny memes. So I'm like, it's always good stuff. Always good stuff.
Oh, when you get a notification from Looking Glass, you better check it out.
You got to check it out. Yep.
And it's always from like Italian Americans in New York Instagram page.
It's all. He's got a theme.
That's all the material I got. I'll be listening, boys. Great show.
All right,
Mathis. Listen, we got one more. You heard him before, right? He said he's thinking about the Explorer II.
Yes. Oh yeah, Lucha. I've been planting the seed in Lucha with that for a long time.
Start printing up the membership card now for the club.
But it'll probably end up being the Polar.
Whatever, Lucha. Whatever. Welcome to the club.
Listen, at the pizza shop, 5% off for any Explorer.
There you go. Nice.
Any Explorer 2 member,
gets you a
5%
discount.
off.
Oh man, that's great.
Yeah, I like
Bruce
Mathis, man. He's a beautiful guy. He really is.
He is. Matt's a
really
good
heartfelt too. I was going to go to a reunion, and I sent him because they were doing something for the place I used to work for. You know, like a retired members thing. And man, I just hit him once, and he called me right back. Not even a text, just called. I missed it, of course, because my Instagram clips are good, but I stumble my way through the phone calling through Instagram and stuff like that. I can't get that. But man, he was like, "I'll pick you up." I'm like, "I don't know if I'm going or not. I just wanted to know if I come down, if you're around, you know, because why be in Florida and not see Mathis?"
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I told him the same thing.
Yeah.
And come down and visit. Like to find a time when maybe Double Crown or Clark Kent, whatever he's calling himself these days, is in town. That would be good to see them. Hang out, have some lunch, check out some watches. Bruce G says the Jubilee does fit the OP. Would like to upgrade my OP41. Huh. I guess it would make sense that it would fit. Is it the same case as the Datejust? What is the OP case? I'm trying to remember now. It's been a while since I tried one on. I like the OP, but there's just something missing with it. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, Jubilee bracelet is the one thing I haven't had yet.
Yeah. It's hard because on a lot of the sport watches, I think the Oyster bracelet is brilliant. I think they've just perfected that. And I come from, being a little bit older than some of these kids, I come from a background of the Jubilee being stretchy.
Oh yeah,
you know, so so it could get a little, jangly and stuff. So in my mind, it's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that Jubilee is a much better bracelet than it used to be. So I don't always think it. BW says I should drive to. Oh, go ahead.
That's all right. I'm sorry. Go.
Oh no, go ahead.
Is there a tube now that they put that threaded screw through also to keep it like you're saying?
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard it's better in all ways than it used to be. And everyone, even like Baku will tell you, it's the best bracelet he's ever worn. It's the Jubilee. Dodger, welcome. He says, just discovered your channel, subscribed and upvoted. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Watch Talk. MD Chaz says, I preferred the single batons on the 39. The double on the 41 aren't my favorite. A lot of people say that. OC says that. OC I've heard him mention when he talks about the OP41 that he hates the double batons. I'm not sure.
Here's something crazy. Negroni had told me that, and I don't know the number, but he mentioned to me that there is a Super Jubilee that can fit the triple black.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so.
Well, that would be cool.
Yeah, if I wanted to, I can get that.
Check out the loom on this thing. So this thing looms up in any light. It's really, and it lasts a while. I like it. You can see how the hands on mine versus the hands on BW's date version. His had that skeletonized back half, whereas mine are just the full loom. I like the look in the non-loomed of his hands. I think I like mine when they're loomed a little better, but he also has a loom pip on his second hand that I don't have. So there's stuff, any of these Polarises they have little subtle differences. So you got to make sure
I like the 12 on it, like you were saying before. I think it looks good that way.
Yeah. The 12369 is just a good layout, and it really does take the place of the Explorer 40 for me. The bracelet takes the place. the bracelet and the overall wearing experience of the watch take the place of my Aquaterra that I sold, and the internal bezel and the other part, even though it's thinner than the Aqua Timer, we'll show you. One of the things I always liked about the Aqua Timer was the way the lugs, kind of tilt way down. They're kind of short, and they had that big slope, and it's very similar case shape, although a little bit smaller than the Aqua Timer. So it kind of fit. It really checked all those boxes for me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Very happy with my purchase. And again, something you don't see every day, which I kind of like. Bum 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 bum.
Security, my security. That's the. I have a long driveway, so I have that set up.
Okay,
and
that's
even
cool.
Came through my earbuds.
Yeah, very nice. Mathis says Dodger banger, Badger legend. Yes, good to see Dodger.
Now, Dodger went to Vegas last time, right? Am I correct? I'm not sure. I thought he might have went and met up with everybody.
Oh, he says, "Hope you're well. Sorry we didn't meet in Vegas." He may have been there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, and I also, the reason why I remember is I believe he might have the steel and yellow gold sub 2, or is it the Sea Dweller? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he'll put it in the chat.
I'm not sure which one he has. I haven't seen him around in a while. I know him and Tim had a disagreement before, but I don't. You know my theory. If you're a good person, you like watches, and you're
that's it. No drama. No drama.
Yeah, just hang out and chat.
Had too much drama.
Watches. Exactly. Oh yeah, there is. Well, you know what, and I get it. You got to do what you got to do to try and move the needle and make money. But
the way I look at it is, you hang off the side of a skyscraper or upside down in an elevator shaft, and after you're done with that, you don't need any more drama.
Yeah, exactly. Dodger says he had a great time with the guys in Vegas. The guys were great hosts. Yeah. I will tell you, when I went to Philly and then New York, I just took that couple-day trip, and I had dinner in Philly with Small G and OC and Double D, and somebody else was supposed to come. Can't remember. Maybe Lou or Tony. Tony was supposed to come, but he got sick. Had a great time. It was great to meet some of these people in person. They're really gracious, good people in person. And then when I went to New York the next day, and I was hanging out with Tim and at some of the watch shops, and then OC came along, and we were visiting some of the watch shops. They made sure, not only did we get to go see watches, but OC made sure that we saw, because it was Christmas, we want to make sure you hit that, that I hit the highlights of
right.
Christmas in Manhattan, which was cool. It wasn't just like rush. Let's make sure we'll walk the long way here to go see this. We'll go see that. Make sure you've seen some of the sites. Again, it was a quick trip, so it wasn't like I had a lot of time. But and then we met up with Buckley and PK, and we in Little Italy, and had an amazing dinner there.
Yes,
but it was when you meet some of these guys in person, and you see how they are in real life and stuff. They're good people. It's a good community, and a lot of that is there are people that like and don't like Tim, but the one thing he has built is a community.
Yeah.
You can't argue that.
I agree.
I told him I wanted to unbox on his stream, hope maybe get a couple super chats or something. And I just thought it was funny when he saw it was a JL. I thought I was dying when he's like, wait a second, this is a better watch than I thought.
If I'm not mistaken, because it was just the other day he was talking about the JLCs, right? Man.
It was the day before in Buckley. Yeah, because Buckley the day before said nobody's ever even unboxed one of these things on your stream, and I'm thinking in my mind, I'm going, "Fuck me, Dad." I got one to unbox. I got one coming in the morning.
Yeah. That's a great stream that you picked to unbox it on.
Oh my God. With all the politics and the yelling and screaming, important. I was glad to see Daniel Katz came back.
Listen, Daniel makes me smile. He's a great guy, and the funniest
Daniel
part
is a
about
good
it
person.
Is I didn't see it when it first happened because we discussed it, so I know I don't have to go over it. But if I see that's it, and look, I'll back out. I'll come back later. Trying to preserve my own blood pressure. I'll say, let me get out of here. I'll come back. And I left and came back, and I missed that. Mm-hmm. And then I started seeing it on Instagram clips with cats screaming, "Why don't you kill me, Tim G?" I'm like, what did I miss?
Why don't you just kill me, Jim T? I'm like, where did that come from?
That was a belly laugh. I hope he's able to laugh at it now.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah, like I said, I was glad he came back on for my unboxing, and because I like Daniel. He's a good dude. He's just a good person in general, And so Dodger says he has scratched the hell out of it, but hey ho, I like wearing it even when working. Yeah, that's a great watch. I think I told you I had the aluminum bezel version of that back in the day.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it was a good watch. At the time, the blue was the super popular, the bluesy, and again, just being a little bit different guy, I went with the black because I had two friends who had the blue, and they were pushing me to get the blue. We can have a club, and I'm like, really, a club? But the blue's real purple blue on that watch.
Yeah, I'm notorious for the clasp scratching. So, truth be told, I did go out and I bought the sticker kit for it, and I stick it up the bracelet and the case sides.
Did you get the Clark Kent watch condoms?
Yes, we had a discussion on it, and I went and I got it. But only for that one. Only for the yellow, gold, and the steel.
That's hilarious. Evan G says Dodger TT watches that are 210 watches that are beat to shit from use are the best. They look so good after a few years. Yeah, it looks like you watched it.
Yeah.
Let's see. MD Chaz says, Mark, was Watchfinder an influence on your watch education? Will it survive without the hands? I like some of the Watchfinder stuff. So Watchfinder was one of those. That's one of those ones I would go to when I was specifically looking at different watches. Because a lot of times, if you can't, like, if you don't have a local ID or you can't see it in person, you have to rely on the internet. And a lot of times, if you find a good review with good photography, you get a better idea of what the watch is going to be. So yeah, I always liked Andrew Morgan on when he was the hands, and I don't know that the show will be the same without him. I just don't know.
Well, Mark, I appreciate it having me on. I'm gonna have to go Mr. Ric Flair.
Yeah, go give Mr. Ric Flair a pet for me. And thank you so much for coming on Looking Glass. You're always welcome.
My pleasure,
obviously, you're always great to talk to you. And again, if you guys aren't subscribed to his Instagram, it's infinitely entertaining. So on my Instagram, you get some pictures of my watches, some of the dealership, and some food, and my blind dachshund.
Great dog.
Great Sherman, he's the best. But on Looking Glass, you're just thoroughly entertained. So check him out.
All right, Mark. Take care.
All right, man. I'll see you. BW says they released a new video called The Next Chapter a little while ago. Haven't watched it yet. Yeah, I have to check it out today. It's like I said, I don't know that it'll be the same without the hands. It's just different. It's just different. Drop the link for anybody who wants to pop on the stream. Yeah, enjoy your day, Looking Glass. Evan G says, yeah, my early memories of watches was my dad's Datejust. He had a stainless steel Datejust from the 70s with the engine turn bezel, but he bought a two-tone bracelet for it, and that's what he wore it with. Cool. Yeah, watches are memories. That's one of the cool things about them. You attach memories to them, you attach everything to them. But getting back to the Rolex's boring talk, there are so many of the watches that look the same. They have the same dial that sometimes it is hard to distinguish them. And then it really, there's slight differences, but not big differences. It's one of the things, the Explorer, the Explorer II are kind of different looking. The Explorer with the 369, the Explorer II with the stainless fixed bezel, just make it kind of cool and different. Even though the face on that one is similar, it's different enough. And the fact that you can get it in white, I think is cool. BW says, seems that OC, the original OC, Kiss fan extraordinaire, has a deep hatred for Andrew Morgan and the Talking Hands. I don't know. Aside from the Wizard, I don't know that I've never really seen OC have deep hatred for anyone. But that's just, it is what it is. So what else? Anybody looking at any watches? Anybody need anything anybody have anything we can talk about? And I dropped the link. Anybody, and it is pinned at the top. Anybody wants to pop on, obviously is welcome to do so. But yeah, so we have I like again for those of you just joining us or didn't know, I picked up this Polaris and I was really leaning towards the Aqua Timer. And I really like the Aqua Timer or the Explorer 40 or the 39 Mark II. I was looking at both of those watches and I ended up with this. And I'm really happy with my choice. Really a nice watch. OC, if you're out there listening, you want to defend yourself as far as Andrew Morgan goes, you are always welcome to pop on as well. But yeah, so I went with this because it really fit a 3-watch hole. The Explorer, so it doesn't have the triangle at the top, but it is a 12369, but it's a little bit nicer dial. It's got 3 different types of finishes. The bracelet and the overall wearing of the watch is very Aquaterra like, but the bracelet is better because it's brushed in the center and polished on the outside of the links, and it has the micro adjust on either side of the butterfly. So you have 521 Taipei. I'm going to visit Teddy's new luxury watch shop in Cleveland later this week. Very cool. Yeah, I want to go up there as well. So because I manage a car dealership, I work on Saturdays, but I have that gives me Tuesdays off. So I was actually thinking of one of these Tuesdays to head up to Cleveland, take the 2.5 hour drive up there. I was going to see, if there's anybody in the Cleveland area, or I don't know if there's any, aside from PG. I know it's busy season for him with taxes. Maybe you can get away for dinner. Drop him a note, see if he's around when I come up. But 521 Taipei, good to see you as always. Hope you're doing well. Have you picked up anything lately? I know we were talking last week about the Omega dealers pulling out of Pittsburgh. Their Omega's pulling all the ADs. Says best drive to hit 120 miles per hour. Perfect. Orko says, remember to insult Teddy's diminutive wrist size while you're there. Yes. So I made a point during when we were after my unboxing, they were talking about Teddy's store to remind everyone, because although probably the nicest man in America is Teddy Baldassar, but he has small wrists and he uses his platform as a small wristed rat bastard to push the small watch agenda. They're trying to make our watches smaller. I can't stand it. I have big wrists. It's not fair. Leave my watches alone. If you want to make smaller watches, go for it. Just don't leave my big watches alone. I don't even like big watches. They're not even that big. 41, 40, 41, 42, 43. Not that big of a watch. All things being equal. I mean, it's not like I have giant gorilla wrists or anything like that. We're talking about a 7.5-inch wrist. It's not huge. Leave my watches alone, Teddy Baldassar. Leave them alone. Mathis says BWOC was going. I must have missed that. I'm gonna have to go. Was that yesterday? I'm gonna have to go find that. That sounds like it would be a good time. 521 Taipei says, I'm working on getting Rolex Celebration dial locally, but I did ask them for a Snoopy, but I doubt they can get it. I'm not paying over retail. Yeah. So I saw on the website that Henny, I haven't been down since they reopened after the remodel, but that they don't have Omega anymore, and they have a Grand Seiko on their website. George Varhees. He says, Mark, good morning. Having breakfast with my son and his college buddies, enjoying corned beef hash, George. I love a good corned beef hash. I love a bad corned beef hash. I just love corned beef hash. 2 sunny side up eggs, 2 bacon, and 2 buttermilk pancakes past the Lipitor. Yes, that sounds like an amazing breakfast. And BW says, nice ER visit this afternoon, George. That's awesome. Yeah, corned beef hash is good stuff. I can't believe there's much good for it in you, but and again, I don't know where we ended up on eggs and egg whites and egg yolks. It seemed like we the medical community every 2, 3, 4, or 5 years changes their mind on if we should eat eggs, and if so, which part of the egg is healthy for you. I get confused, so I just eat the damn eggs. Just eat the eggs. It's you can't decide. They won't tell us. George Varhees, funny you say that. The cafe is next to the medical center. Perfect. See, right there. Eat up. Get more eggs and more corned beef hash. Load it up. MD Chad says, I almost peed my pants when OC and Tim were arguing last night. I think OC is okay with Andrew having equity in a business, but it should be negotiated, not gifted. Oh, okay. Orko says, everything in moderation, including moderation. Very wise words, Orko. Very wise words. 521 Taipei says, yeah, the new Henny shop is amazing. They got Tag and Mont Blanc along with Grand Seiko. Their Rolex display is excellent. Yeah. Did they have any Longines? Because they are our local Longines dealer, and they usually have like 5 of them, and 3 of them are ladies' watches. I would love to see them have a few more. In fact, I bought my Zulu time from Teddy Baldassar because they couldn't get me one at Henny. I tried to buy that off of them, but I got to get down. So this Tuesday, I may stop at Henny and at Oars just to check out some stuff and show my face. And maybe out to Louis Anthony, my Rolex AD. Let's see. George Vargas tuned in for the political discussion in Roman shoes. What a disappointment. We have not shown a picture of Roman Sharp's shoes. Sorry, guys. Hasn't happened. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Doesn't seem right. George, what do you think of my new acquisition? The JLC Polaris Automatique. It is not an IWC. I thought you would be pleased. I thought that Mr. Varghese would be pleased that I did not pick up another IWC. And in going further, that I did not pick up the the Aqua Timer, which I still like, but this is a better watch. This is definitely a better watch. I can't argue that. And if you find something and you like it and you get a deal, and like I said, I took it over to the watchmaker. He gave it the once over, gave it his thumbs up, gave me an F for effort in trying to size the bracelet myself. I just can't do it. Oh no. The JLC is certainly an upgrade from the IWC, says George. By the way, went to an AD that is an IWC AD, and she asked me what I thought of IWC. I hope you said nice things, and you said, in fact, my friend Mark has an AMG pilot's chronograph that he just loves. But somehow I fear that's not what you said. But this could be a new experience, because your problem with IWC was mainly with the AD that you had visited. So now maybe you're going to have a positive IWC experience. I don't know. 521 Taipei, did you ever go out to Oars in not Shady Side, the other place, Squirrel Hill? I like to go poke around over there because they have Cartier and IWC and Panerai and JLC and Breitling. They've got Oris. They've got a lot of different brands. Obviously, Rolex and Tudor. I'm just curious if you ever make it over there. I know the Sewickley store doesn't have all the brands. I know they definitely don't have IWC, or at least they didn't last time I visited, which is probably in June. But it's hard in Pittsburgh. You can't just go to like a big superstore or an area where all the stores are. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. So, but all things being equal, I'm very happy with the JLC. And kind of when I look at the collection, the Core 4 right now, what I'm going to add changes some of the thought processes. Because an Explorer II Polar would look nice with that. And then something with a little color. George says the missus was with me, so I was polite. The AD had Zenith, Cartier, Panerai, Tag, Breitling, and Rolex, and a few Datejust 36 millimeters for sale. Well, that's good. Very cool. I'm assuming this is a fragrance. Bruce G says Santo 33 Le Labo fragrance is $290 for a small body at the duty free in Doha. Very cool. I am a Bleu de Chanel or a Dior Sauvage guy normally. Just kind of stick to the basics. I like to smell good. I don't want to put anybody off either. Since I work in the retail automotive section, so I have to come out and chat with customers help my salespeople a lot. So I like to be pleasant but not overbearing with my scent. The awesome Pawan says, George Voorhees, hope you're well. Yes. Awesome Pawan, what is your avatar? Did you get a awesome Pawan t-shirt made? Are you selling merch? Yeah, Taipei 521 Taipei says, yeah, the Shady Side store has the best selection of companies to browse, but I feel bad they want you to buy their watches before Rolex. I just can't pay retail if I'm going to lose 20% out the door. I agree. But I do like to go there and check this stuff out. So, I would have never checked out a Polaris in person if it wasn't for them, and some of the other stuff I've looked at. But I agree, paying retail for something else that is going to be a loser, especially in this market. Things are changing and it's becoming much more of a buyer's market. So, Dingo Dave made your avatar. Good man. Dingo Dave's a good man, Pawan. He is a good dude. Yeah, it's tough. But at least it's a one store where you can look at a lot of different brands. Is why I like to stop there every once in a while. And I'm kind of curious to see Teddy's store. See what that's like. I know they said on the website, so if there's something that they don't have there, that you can, if you make an appointment to go, they can make sure, like say you wanted, I'm just gonna throw out like a Seiko or a Certina, something they probably wouldn't carry in the actual boutique. They can have those sent over for you to take a peek at while you're there. What is, do you guys anybody have any experience with the what is it, the SPB 390? Hold on, let me look it up here before I get it wrong. There is a Seiko that I liked. Here, Exquisite has one. It's not the best picture, but we'll share this. It's the SPB 381 1968 Divers Modern Reinterpretation GMT. This picture does not really do the watch justice. In video, the watch is pretty good looking. I don't know. There's something about it that I liked. I saw it came up in the feed, in the YouTube feed the other day. I guess they released this last July. I must have missed it, but it's not a true GMT, but that doesn't really bother me. I would think if you could get this down a little bit in price, 1,500 seems a little expensive, but also Paul, George says he's doing well. He's having some fun with his son and his buddies, taking them to Costco and then to a real greasy pizza place for lunch. Gotta love college. Absolutely. Love a good greasy pizza. So 521 Taipei, where I work, is real close to the original Fiore's pizza. Speaking of yummy, greasy pizza that made in 50, 60, 70-year-old pizza ovens, whenever they did them originally. I'm not sure, but pizza is a good thing. Speaking of a good thing, the awesome Pawan. Tap, what's going on?
Doing good. How are you, Mark?
I'm good, sir. Good to see you. You're making all the rounds here lately.
Yeah, Mark. After buying IWC, I think I should join the community.
Yes, absolutely. How are you liking your IWC?
It's good, Mark. I have to send it back.
Why?
It was too tight on my wrist, Mark.
Oh.
So they ordered additional links and they are attaching those links to my watch.
Okay. Well, yeah, you said your worst is what, like 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I told him, man, I told my essay that the watch is too tight. He's like, the watch is already 8-inch. I'm like, man, it's not fitting on my wrist.
Yeah. No, that's no good. I know. So when I try on certain watches, they seem to be coming between 7.5 to 8. from the factory now. They used to seem like they came out much bigger, but I think they're cheaping out on some of the links, like sending them originally.
Yep, man. I didn't expect that, but what can we do, Mark?
Yeah, I would have thought that a big Pilots would have a bigger bracelet.
Yep, man. That's why I'm thinking about buying that 44. What is it? 44 centimeter, 44 one. That ceramic IWC.
Oh yeah. Which one? Which the Top Gun, the Lake Tahoe, the Desert, the Forest Green?
Yeah, I think that Top Gun one. That
Yeah,
Desert Storm. I think.
yeah, that's a good looking watch.
Yep.
That is definitely a good looking watch. George Voorhees, have a great day, everyone. Mark, congrats on the JLC. So much better than the brand we won't mention. Great show. George, thanks for popping by. Enjoy your day with your son and his friends.
Yeah,
It's a
man.
good
Enjoy.
time.
Yeah, enjoy the pizza, George.
Yes. Let's see. Rolex bracelets seem to come in now at 7 to 7.25. I was going to say 7.5 if you take the micro adjust all the way out. They seem to fit my wrist. They're a little tight, but if you take the micro adjust all the way to the ends, they seem to fit right out of the box on my 7.5-inch wrist. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, it's weird that they're, like how would I wouldn't think that an IWC big Pilots in a 43 that you would have to say, hey, I need, at least 8 inches, to fit 8 inches. That stinks. So are you going to keep it once they relink it, or are you going to move on? Or, when you're talking about the 44, will that be an addition, or will you be looking at moving on from the green one?
No, it would be an addition, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Cool. They're great watches.
Yeah, but I think that would be after 1 or 2 years. I will like to target a Rolex next.
Okay. Which Rolex are you looking at?
Explorer II.
Oh, good choice. Yeah.
Because that's the only decent one that can that will look good on my wrist.
Yeah. So Evan, you're the exact opposite on the micro adjust than I am. So you're saying the bracelet fits right out of the box if you put it on the smallest micro adjust. They fit me if I put it on the full extension of the micro adjust. So yeah. So now this one, this bracelet was around 8. So when it came out of the box. So that one was still good. I don't know. It's weird. So anyways, this Seiko diver caught my eye on a video. This picture doesn't do it but justice because it is a ceramic bezel watch. I'm going to see if I can find a better picture of it. It's SPB 381.
Mark, can I be honest with you?
Yes.
I hate this watch.
You hate it?
Do you know why?
Why?
I hate the watches that have crown at 4 o'clock. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's a tough. I get it because that's a tough sell. Because if there's something that I hate about the watch, it is definitely the 4 o'clock crown. And I think I found
Man, it messes up my OCD, Mark.
yes, it messes with your head. It just doesn't look quite right. Speaking of not quite right, Mathis!
Yo.
Yo, Mathis.
What's up?
Pawan, I'm all for you joining the Explorer II club, but why don't you check out the Sea Dweller 43?
That's a good thing, Mathis, but I think I would prefer a GMT function.
Okay.
Because
Makes
I have
sense.
family in other countries, so I'm like, it's way too functional to me.
Yeah.
Check this backyard out. Sweet.
Look at this thing out. Jeez.
Yeah, man.
He's
That's
breaking
man.
down.
Yeah, you're living the life, Mathis.
Oh no, I'm working, bro. I had all my lights set up here yesterday.
It was
breaking
beautiful.
It down.
The pictures were gorgeous. The setup you did was Amazing.
Thank you.
These people better be paying you a lot of money.
Oh yeah. We'll pull on the. You gonna go white or black Explorer? You're looking.
White, Mathis, white.
Okay.
Because I was like you looking for black, but black looks too boring to me personally.
Where is Dr. Bob's Nightmare when I need him? When I need a little Seiko love. Evan says he has 7-inch wrists, but they're flat, so I can wear large diameter watches. Yes. So yeah, this I get what you're saying about the 4 o'clock crown, but the watch in general, there's just something appealing about it. I don't know what it is. And like I said in the video, it looked really cool. I love the gold GMT hand. I love that little pop of red on the second hand. And the like I said, it's a the bezel is ceramic. It's not one of those painted like you find on some of the Seikos, the painted steel. It just seemed like a good watch. 1,500 is a lot. Yeah, I wouldn't pay 1,500 for it, but if I found one cheaper, I could be swayed. You never know.
Yeah.
Good morning, Johnson EDC. What's happening, sir?
Morning,
Good
Johnson.
to see you. Always good to see the Johnson. And as always, if you guys are popping over for the first time or just popping in, please hit that like, hit the upvote. We do appreciate it. And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe to the show. I think we're up to 187 with a goal of 250. I don't want to be a giant super channel. I just want to hang out with my friends and talk about watches. Right, Pawan?
Yes, man. You want to be that underground indie band.
Yes, exactly. The college indie bands. But let's pull up, since we don't like this watch, let me pull up the IWC website. We'll look
You
at
guys
some
hear
of
me or
these.
no?
Yeah, now
no,
we can hear you.
Now we
Okay,
can hear
okay.
you.
Lucha, when we get you to 10,000 subs, and then Netflix calls, and then Nat Geo calls for a TV show, we'll get you an agent. Okay, you don't have to worry about anything.
I doubt that is going to happen. Let's go 44 and bigger on the watches here and see what we got. So, yeah, the perpetual calendars, and some of these are really expensive. Is this the Top Gun chronograph you were? This is a 44.5 millimeter case.
Yeah. No, I was thinking more about that desert color one.
Oh, okay. Now, with the chronograph or just the bigger watch? Well,
Chronograph. Chronograph one.
chronograph.
Yep.
Let's see. Where is it?
Was it limited edition?
It might be gone.
Yep, I think that was a limited edition.
Okay. I think they might still make it in the 41.
I can't wear 41.
Because you can go up to the 46, which is this one.
Your thoughts on that crown?
Yeah. The 46 and a giant crown, and then that's the 7-day power reserve.
Yeah.
So the difference between the movement's a little different between the 46 and the 43s and the 41. So you get the 7-day power reserve on that one. Weird. Yeah, that must be just in a 41 now.
So, Mark, you have seen their Portuguese, no? That 43 millimeter one dress watches.
The Portugueser?
Yep.
The 43?
Was it the Portugueser or that? I think I might mess up my model name for IWC.
You think maybe the Portofino?
Yeah, thinking about the dress watch where you have
Portofino.
yeah. On the 9 o'clock, you have the seconds, and on the right, you have that 7-day power reserve.
Let's see. It's moon phase.
Why the hell
Another
IWC
one.
is making moon phase, Mark?
I don't know. Why they make so many ones? They all these companies, it's too. They're instead of trying to do what they do well, they're trying to be everything to everyone, and I think you end up almost in a way where you're no one. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
like no one wants. Yeah, everyone's just like, oh, because it's tiresome to go through some of these websites. They have so many different pieces. So I see these with the hand wounds with the power reserve on the left and the small seconds at 6.
Yeah, this is a good watch, but
Yeah,
10,000 retail is insane, Mark.
it is very insane. Yeah, for a stainless steel dress watch.
Yep. But the
That's
size is
crazy.
decent. What's the size, Mark? Can you confirm the size?
45.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I like IWC. They even make men's size dress watches.
Yes, exactly. They still make watches for guys with good wrist. I mean, it's pretty. Even the back is pretty on it.
Yeah, man, that's a pretty open work. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only issue that I have with IWC, Mark, is that they supplied the watches to the wrong side during World War II.
Yeah, at the beginning, yeah. And they did both, but they started off on the other side. I'm assuming Schaffhausen is closer to Germany.
Yep, that's the German part of Switzerland, Mark. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Buckley says, Rolex is boring. Does Mark work for Watchfinder now? Who paid you off, Mark?
Buckley also has big wrist like us, but he still tends
Yes.
to stick with Rolex. I don't know why.
Well, Buckley will be the first to tell you that he is a Rolex fan nerd, he's a Rolex fan, not a watch nerd. Johnson says Buckley Mark took an Aquaterra as payment to say that. I don't have an Aquaterra now. I'm out of Aquaterras. Let's see. Rob F. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Afternoon. Good to see you here. Always nice to see new people. Looking Glass says this is a watch for a full grown man. Yeah, 45 millimeter. That's a big one. That's a big one. But at least on this one, you don't have like those 46 big pilots. I can pull one of those off. It's the crown that digs into the back of my hand, though. It's so big. The crown is so big on those 46s that it just you just can't help it. Whole Milk says Schaffhausen is right on the German border. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Do you know Moser also makes their watches in Schaffhausen, Mark?
Who's that?
Moser, H. Moser.
Oh, Moser. They make them in Schaffhausen as well?
Yep.
Cool. Moser makes some nice watches as well. You do some of the nicest stuff. So I was saying, we were talking earlier, I have, somebody asked if I could do a full collection of IWCs. And I'm like, I don't think so. In fact, I think not on purpose, but I really think I went the opposite. Whereas I have I'm going to end up with one of each. Because right now I have an IWC, I have a JLC, I have a Zenith, and I have the Longines of the Core 4. I'm looking at the Explorer II Polar. Buckley says, I do have a larger wrist. However, anything past a 42 starts to get too clunky and uncomfortable for me. Yeah. I can, the 43s and 44s I can pull off. Once you get to 45, they fit my wrist, but then that's where it starts getting uncomfortable. I had an Oris, a big pilot GMT in the past. That was a 45, and I liked the watch. Boy, did that have some wrist presence. But again, they had a little bit bigger crown, and it really would dig into the hand. In fact, MD Chaz says it's a little known fact that one of the reasons Germany lost the war was because IWC crowns digging into their pilots and soldiers' wrists. I could see where that could happen. Did you ever see some of those original pilots' watches that they did supply to them that were like 55s?
Yeah, I remember those. Yep.
They're huge. So if you buy the watch from the jeweler, they usually give you the one out of the case. Am I wrong in not wanting a display watch? I guess it depends on what it is. So if it's something that they only have one of, there's not a lot of choice. If it's like a Rolex, it's hard to say, to be choosy on that. If you are looking at something else, you could probably get something. They may have something out of the back, and you can even ask, it really depends on what it is. So if it's a Rolex, it's going to be whatever they have. That's for certain, but I wouldn't hesitate to ask, in a nice way.
Mark, I will tell you another brand that is good for grown man. Blancpain.
Blancpain? Yeah,
Yep.
they make big watches. Yeah. Yeah, Blancpain makes them. Buckley says, Talking Real 42. Some brands you don't feel. Panerai 44 is a 42 in real time. On the other hand, AP 41 is a 43 in reality. Yeah, it depends on the watch, how it wears. So this watch is a 41. It wears much smaller than my Zenith 41 because it's an integrated bracelet watch, and the Zenith wears bigger than this watch. So I can see that. MD Chaz says never accept a chronograph from the case, always new in box. Always new in the box with a chronograph. You don't want to have anybody having played with the pushers, and you don't want to have anything broken before you get your new watch.
Yep.
I get what you're saying. 521 Type A, and I know, like in the past, you could, they would just have something in the back you could grab. Now I'm not always so sure. It really depends on what it is. So if it's a hot hype model, it may only have the one in the case. So you'll have to deal with what you got. I like the Blancpains, but the Blancpains that I actually like are the little bit smaller ones. Those heritage reissues they did, like the Barracuda and the No Rad and stuff. I thought those were cool looking.
Man, I won't buy those, Mark. That's 25 grand.
I know they're ridiculous. I wouldn't buy one, but I just like the look. I like that retro look that they have. Yeah, well, Rolex are big fat liars. Buckley says the Rolex also lies. They call larger date just a 41. It measures 39.5. Daytona was 38 in the previous generation. They should be sued for lying about watch sizes. I agree, because I think all Rolexes wear a little smaller than what they claim.
Yep. It's a small man's watch.
Yeah. Even the James Cameron, I put that on. It didn't wear like, a bigger watch. It wore to me like a 43. And that is an issue with them. They do often, everyone I've ever seen measure a Rolex has come up with much smaller specs. I think that's one of the reasons those Daytonas were so popular with smaller wristed people and with women with smaller wrists, is that they fit. Yeah, they weren't 40s. They were 38s.
Yep, Daytona is a unisex watch, Mark.
Yeah, at best. The Aquanaut 40 wears like a 37.5. Thing is tiny. All the kids on the playground fight over them.
Yeah, Patek always makes small watches.
Yes. Some of them are really small. It's ridiculous how small some of those are. I don't know how they get away with it.
That's why I like AP, Mark. AP makes men's size watch.
But how do they measure, like, compared to what they say? Do they measure out to what they say the specs are?
I think so. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Aquanaut, it just looks like a small watch. And a lot of it, yeah. I mean, you get into the lug to lug distance, the diameter, the dial measurement is a big thing too for how it wears. But like I said, this is a 41, and it wears much smaller than my other 41. So here, we'll give the demonstration. See how the Zenith wears bigger on my wrist,
Yep, you're right.
but they're both 41s, and they actually both measure a hair over 41 when I measured them. But there's definitely a difference in the wearing experience. I think part of that's the integrated case, but part of it is the dial press. I'm not sure. It just, and I like the way this wears. It actually wears really well. I mean, it gives me a little bit on each side, so it's not covering complete the wrist, and it's so thin. It's just so thin at 11.2. It's really comfortable.
GLC. I have a love and hate relationship with GLC, Mark.
Why is that? What do you love about JLC?
So I like the reverso because I like the history of how they started making reversos.
Okay.
But with the recent price increase of GLC,
Oh,
I've started
crazy.
hating them.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all. I didn't understand for a brand that's not selling why they would do that, but they say it's positioned themselves as a more luxury product, but I think you need to build your brand too, and just arbitrarily raising the prices as much as they did is not going to help you build your brand.
Yep. GLC.
JLC. So Sean the other night when I was unboxing said he asked if I brand like Zorro with my Luchabetic stickers, but there's the original Luchabetic.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good, man. What does it signify, Mark?
Well, so I was always a wrestling fan. So masked Mexican wrestlers are called luchadors, and I always played hockey, so I was a goalie, so I always had a mask or a helmet, and I would put luchador stickers on my helmets. But I'm also a type 1 diabetic, and so they would have to take great care when I was playing hockey to monitor my blood sugar, to make sure I wasn't going low. So they started calling me the Luchabetic. As my one friend said, you wrestle with diabetes, and so it just kind of stuck.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, just kind of stuck.
So, Mark, did you heard that Atlanta might get a new hockey team?
This would be the third hockey team.
Yep.
I don't know why they keep. I get they're trying to expand to new markets, but you had the Atlanta Flames. That didn't work. They're the Calgary Flames. You had the Atlanta Thrashers, that didn't work. They're the Winnipeg Jets. Winnipeg is a small city especially compared to Atlanta. And they managed to sell out the arena, and Atlanta just never works there. I don't know why. But
because Mark, I've heard that the team from Winnipeg, they might relocate back to Atlanta.
Oh, geez.
I just read the news yesterday. You should read some articles on it. It's a funny story.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just crazy. They should be looking at Quebec City.
But Mark, the issue is that the population of Atlanta is very big, so they can support a hockey team.
They can, but they didn't. That's the problem. And I don't know why. I mean, like Florida draws, Tampa draws, but then you have Arizona and Atlanta. It's just not working.
It's like too many competition, Mark. I will tell you, we have a soccer team, we have an NFL team, we have an NBA team. So it's like you need
baseball.
Baseball. And baseball were the champions. The Braves, I think 2 years back, won the World Series.
Yeah. The Braves always have a good team.
And our soccer team is also good.
We also have the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech. You have a lot of college football in the area.
Yep.
They play a lot of, the Mercedes, whatever they call that, their stadium. They host a lot of events. When you have a lot of competition.
Yep. So you have to grab the eyeballs, basically.
Yes. Tim G says, yes, Rolex is boring. A lot of them look the same. There's a couple different watches, and they kind of look the same. I don't get it.
Yeah, but the issue is that the brand recognition of Rolex is too powerful, Mark.
Yeah.
Even my parents, they don't know anything about watches. They are like, yeah, Rolex is the best watch according to them.
Right. Well, that's 90% of the world would agree. It's been marketed very well. It's an aspirational piece. It's an achievement piece. It's there's something we said, and I like Rolex. I don't dislike Rolex. I just think a lot of them really do look the same. I get, like I said, if somebody's in the cereal aisle and they're more than 10 feet away from me, I don't know if they have on a Submariner, a Sea Dweller, a GMT Master 2, an Explorer 2, you can kind of tell. Yeah, but they all kind of look the same. I don't get it. Do something different. Give me a choice. And I'll throw this out there too. My non-watch friends, okay, my friends who are not into watches, when I show them a watch, if it does not have an exhibition case back, they're disappointed. They want to see, they don't even know what they're looking at. They want to see it. They want to see something rather than just that, steel. There's not even an engraving, at least like on my Legend Diver, you have the engraving on the back. This is just plain. It's just so plain. I would like to see them do more exhibition case backs. I'd like to see them do some stuff on some of the dials to differentiate some of the models. And I get that what they do well, but does a GMT and a sub need to look so close together? I get a Sea Dweller is a bigger, deeper diving sub. So that can share a lot of that DNA of the dial. But the GMT Master 2, do something different. Make it a choice for people.
But yeah, they have that LGBT watch, Mark. I think the rainbow.
Yeah. Big Meat says, Fist, what's happening? Mikolos. Good to see you over here. Yeah, I don't understand why they can't, do some different things. Yeah, the Explorer II is a really good looking watch. It's a great watch, but would it be better if it shared more design with the dial design language with the Explorer One? So can you imagine an Explorer 2 with a 369? Oh, yeah. Tap had to bug out and take a call. Always good to have people jump on. But yeah, can you imagine if they did something like that? Make it interesting. Make me want to see it. Let's go back to this for a second. Does anybody have any experience with this watch? The SBEJ. No, that's not the right one. Well, it's the right watch, but it's not the right code. It's the SBJ 359, I believe, is the thing. This is the GMT they came out with in last summer with the ceramic bezel. He was one of the newer movements. Why this watch caught my eye the other day on a video, but it did. It did. I thought it was kind of cool looking. Different for, I don't know. But Seiko's another one. Too many watches, too many things, too many choices. Because you can go the other way. Whereas Rolex can be a little sterile in their dials and a little boring. Some of the other brands like Seiko, Omega, places can go way off the deep end. The other one, MJ, good to see you. He says, happy Sunday. Wigmaster, I believe that is a Marine Master case on that watch. It's a 1968 throwback. I think it says something here somewhere. Let's see. This is a bad example I have pulled up. Let me get out of this. Let me go back to what I was looking at originally. Let's find a better. It's the SPB 381 GMT. There's a Hodinkee article on it. Oh, get on that. Week on the wrist. It might have been a Hodinkee video. It might have been this video that I saw. Boom. Yeah, it was just I don't know. It caught my eye. The watch caught my eye. I believe it's a throwback to the 1968 Diver's Modern reinterpretation with the GMT function. Buckley says it's true. Rolex has a 3-piece cap. Past that, it's excessive. 5 is the absolute max. But now we were talking about major precious metal. I blame the vintage guys for putting the Daytona and GMT sub-marketing. Interesting. Yes, dear Artifact. When the Germans were requesting a 55 millimeter IWC pilot's watch in World War II, they must have been very anti-small wristed rat bastard. Yes, there's a lot of things we can say that the Germans did wrong, thought wrong about, but the watch size was not one of them. Teddy Baldassar he definitely had to be with the Allies. He had to be flying for the Allies wearing a Mark series watch rather than the 55 millimeter. Those things were huge, but they wore them over their coats, I guess. Is the idea. Because back in the day, a watch was part of your instrumentation. Dear Artifact says he would not have been accepted into the Luftwaffe mark. You could have worn fake like wrists. You could have gotten some rubber wrists to increase your wrist size 2 inches. It would fit right in. But some of those watches were huge, even by my standards. But this watch I found interesting. I don't know why. That little pop of red, that gold GMT hand. Just thought it was a nice looking piece. I think it's a 42. Boom. Check it out. And yes, it is a Marine Master case. And like Paulon said, I'm not crazy about the 4 o'clock crown. And it has a 4:30 date. I'd rather just not have a date on a watch like that. But I guess if you're one and done it, it's a $1,500 watch. It's way too expensive, but in a different, if you could find a deal on one, that would be. It's just a good looking watch. If you're looking to get into to watches for the first time, it's not a bad way to start. It's a pretty quality piece. I guess there's some big bracelet improvements on it as well. Good morning, Sean. How are you, sir? Let's see, the SRPE 93. Let's look it up. I don't always speak code so well. SRPE 93. Oh, okay. Is that the Captain Willard? Let's see what we got here. Kind of looks like a Captain Willard. Seiko SE. I am not as crazy about the case on this one myself. It's another one. So the date, it's a day date at 3 o'clock, which I prefer over the 4:30 date. But it still has the 4 o'clock crown, which isn't my favorite. I mean, if you balance it with a dual crown, that's one thing. But just a turtle, just a basic turtle. Yeah. Not crazy about the case. I like the SPB 143, the 65 throwback. I always thought that was a good looking watch. They did that other one. I can't remember the number on it or the model, but it was like $3,500, but it was like a 37 or a 38 millimeter. That seemed really expensive. But I'm not sure. Miko says, actually looks decent. Seiko community has gotten fairly disgusting because of their tolerance of fake watches or AKA modified watches that are just one for knockoffs of luxury watches. Yeah, they do. There's a lot of people that mod those. Boy, Instagram is full of those. And some of them are cool looking, but I'm just like, wow, I don't want a modded watch. I wouldn't want a modded Rolex. I wouldn't want a modded Omega or JLC. Why would I want a modded Seiko? And if I want a Seiko, I want it because it's a Seiko and it's a good watch. I don't want it because you can make it a homage or a knockoff of something else. And there's a lot of the mods that do that. I had that Seiko mod that my salesman had made for me before I had my heart surgery, which was very nice of him. But when he said what he was doing, I said, do make sure that it says Seiko on it, because I think he was going to make me a fake Daytona. Hold on. I think that might have been the original thought, was fake Daytona. And I was not a fan of that at all. I will keep this watch because it was a gift. But you can see what he did there. But I said, when he was making, when he told me what he was doing, I was like, it has to say Seiko on it. I don't want something that looks like a knockoff. It's a decent little watch, actually. I never wear it, but it's small though. It's small like a Daytona. Yeah. So the JLC wears smaller than on me. You can see that this watch is even smaller. but a fun little watch. It was nice of him to do. I appreciated it. He did it when he, why he did it and when he did it. But um, the whole modding thing, I don't get. I get that there's people that love to do it, but making them look like other things or bad. MD says Seiko makes great watches that most people wouldn't be afraid to take to the beach or on vacation to foreign countries. Yeah, Seiko makes great watches. They have some, QC issues here and there, but overall they make great watches. But like Wigmaster, I trust the professional designer's instincts. There may be things when I look at a watch, I think, oh, I wish that was different or that was, but I wouldn't. The modded thing, I don't get. And like I said, they come up on Instagram a lot, and they do a lot of things, but it doesn't make it right. It just doesn't make it right. You get if you have a great watch, it should be a great watch on its own volition. But the Turtle's a great watch. A lot of people love the Turtle. It was never the case that I went for from Seiko. I prefer the 65. I prefer the Marine Master cases. Just myself. That's just a personal preference. Tim G says, when you're in Tennessee next, we need to get some bourbon. I will leave the state of Alabama for this. Yes. Wigmaster says, looking for a daily beater around 200 to 300, no micro brand or Ollie. I mean, there's a lot of Seikos you can get in that range. There's a lot of there's a lot of stuff. I mean, if you want like are you looking for quartz or are you looking for a automatic? I guess that's the first thing, because there's a lot of great quartz watches that you can get in that range. Gorilla time! George is in the house. George, how are you, sir? Hop on the stream if you want. I'll drop the link. Always good to see George. Miklo says, to be clear, I don't mind making a unique mod, be it Seiko or whatever, but people who build a fake AP or Patek with a Seiko are an abomination to the community. Berg punters trying to psych people out. Yeah, I hate that. There's a company that comes up in my Instagram feed that does like a Royal Oak Seiko, and I'm just like, why? Just why? Seiko's a great watch all by itself. What would be worse than someone thinking that you're wearing an AP or a Rolex or whatever, and then finding out that it's not? That would be the most embarrassing thing ever. Here's my Patek. Oops. Let's see. Thomas Burnett says Rolex was never really about watchmaking. Even Rolex owners acknowledge that. The whole appeal of the brand is that it's a do anything robust tool watch with brand cachet. I agree. But they do really well. I think their design language needs a little freshening up. It's a little boring. Not all collectors are into fine watchmaking. They just want the most recognizable jewelry. There is a lot of that. Wigmaster says prefers an automatic, but quartz is okay. So Seiko's, I can't stress Seiko enough for that price range. So there are a lot of, if you go on to the different sites and stuff, there are a lot of Seikos that are just good watches that are great for breaking into the watch hobby. Right now, it's my dad's Victorinox 90s offer. Says Field Dual Time Quartz. Yeah, Victorinox makes great watches. Luminox makes great watches. I think who else? I haven't looked in that space in a while. Let's take a peek and see what we can't find. Let's type in see if we can't find a good list. I know Baltic may make some stuff. I mean, avoid your your fashion watches and stuff like that. Let's see here. Yeah, because like 400. You know who else makes a lot of watches in that 300 under range is Long Island Watch. Mark over at Long Island Watch. He started as a Seiko homage guy, but he's got some cool watches. Orient. Have you looked at like an Orient Bambino? Or did you want a sport watch or a dress watch? Because an Orient Bambino is a great entry level dress watch. I know the Baltics start around 400. I think there's a couple Yemas that may be a little cheaper. Really just kind of depends on what you're looking for. Yeah, whole milk calendar watch. He definitely does a lot of Seiko mod looking things, you know. MD Chaz says the SRP E53 is a good $200 daily. We'll pull one of those up. SRP E53. Let's take a look. Oh, let's go look. Share the tab. So you're saying that is a good looking watch. Yeah, US dollar retail $295. I'm sure a lot of Seikos, if you look on eBay, you can find them, brand new at better prices too. T1, thanks for the tip about the new SIN class. Sadly, it appears not to work for the 556 line. I thought it did because I thought No Endless Time put one on his 556, the black, he's got that beautiful watch. I thought he just put one on there. That was lazy Sunday morning. Hope you're enjoying your day. Oh, it's the new 5 logo. That's right. You're not in the new 5 logo. Islander watches. Yeah, check out Island watches. He has some really cool stuff in that price range. Wearing fake Seiko is almost as bad as being on the panel of the Tim Wright show. Well, what are you gonna do? It is after all Sunday fun day.
Sunday fun day.
What's happening, Mr. Buckley?
Nothing much. You're in my wheelhouse with the Rolex stuff.
There it is. So what do you, honestly, when I say, and again, when I say these things, I'm not a Rolex hater or basher or anything. I'm just like, couldn't we make, so like the Explorer II, or the GMT, why do they have to have the same dial as a sub? I understand why a Sea Dweller would, because it's a deeper diver, bigger sub, but like a GMT Master 2 could have a little bit different dial layout. The Explorer 2, there's all kinds of stuff you can do that because you already have a different bezel.
Yeah. I was told by someone who worked for the brand for a long time that their whole thing, it's exactly what you're saying. Like, you're not supposed to have 4 of these things, right? You're supposed to have 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And their whole thing is they would design watches so that you could blindly pick up nearly everything they make and put it on and not worry about whatever you're doing. So if you're in a suit, if you're in shorts, you're getting on a plane, you're going to the beach, you're going to the pool, right? Tuxedo. Pretty much all of their watches you can do that with. It's only recently where they started making weird stuff that you can't really do that. When they realized people are going to collect them, they started doing weird stuff that, you know what I mean? So it is excessive. I mean, I've had a bunch of them, and 2 of the 3 I have now, They cover like everything.
Yeah.
I don't really need another one.
Mhm.
I'd like a precious metal one because they do
Right.
they do gold better than a lot of companies. But past that, it's like if you have two steel or a steel, a two-tone, and a gold, and they have, you have 3 different bracelets, 3 different dial colors,
Mhm.
3 different bezels. I mean, what more are you doing? You're just hoarding.
Yeah. Yeah. And there are hoarders. We know some. Yeah. But I just, for the average consumer, they all, I would think in a way it creates a confusion just because they do look all the same. So if you're looking at Rolex for the first time, you're like, huh? All these
Yeah,
watches look neat.
I mean, it's also like kind of like it gets really dumb. Like
Mm-hmm.
the whole thing gets really dumb because the stuff that they make, if you don't have a watch and you work a regular job, right? You go
Yeah.
to an office or whatever you do. The watches that they make are the ones that are ignored for that situation. Like it's really dumb because you walk like I'm fair. I'll talk out against the negatives of Rolex and the stupidness. I'm fair. I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason why a summer day in Soho, Manhattan, that I see 500 black Submariners. Doesn't
Right.
make any sense. There's no water, right?
Exactly.
You're not using the bezel because you're not doing anything with that bezel.
No.
You don't even know why you bought the watch. You bought the watch because someone
Popular.
told you it was good, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the majority of Rolex owners. You don't even really know why you bought the watch. Where they win, though, is, like I said yesterday, when you put them on the tray compared to a lot of the other brands, and you just,
Mm-hmm.
you get some angles on it. You put it on someone else's wrist. You look on the tray next to the other brands and the lighting. You go outside. They really do pack a punch better than pretty much everything else. But
Mm-hmm.
again, once you have 2 or 3, you don't need any more.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, why would you have more than one Daytona? Really?
Yeah. There's
Why
no
would you
reason
have
to.
more? It's weird. I don't know. It's a weird thing, but people got to stretch their legs and get through it. Otherwise, you'd be trying to scratch an itch forever.
Yeah. So Whole Milk says, Buckley, do you ever think how much better your life would be if you just bought a Seiko and didn't go to the watch show where you met Tim?
Oh, my life would be so much better because I said I think it was in an after show. I met Tim in September or October, end of September. Maybe it was actually middle of October. I think it was middle of October of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And I had bought a couple of Rolexes, a few years prior. I
Mm-hmm.
probably cycled through like 3 or 4 of them. No date sub, a different color date just, and a two-tone sub. It was all subs, basically.
Yeah.
And there was a Batman in there somewhere. I forgot. It's 2 subs, a Batman, and a Datejust. 4 watches, 3 years prior to meeting Tim. Going from watch to watch to figure out, what's best. And at the time, they were making you order and buy watches sight unseen, right? Exhibition wasn't a thing. So I met Tim. I got my Datejust in the right color. And I was like, I'm going to get the 2 watches that I think would kind of complete my Rolex 3-piece without really blowing a crazy budget, right? Was the Explorer II in white, and then I was going to go for the two-tone sub in black, right? So you had Datejust Jubilee, fluted bezel, blue dial. You had matte bracelet, oyster, tool watch, white dial with a little GMT function. And then you had your water summer black dial watch in two-tone yellow gold, right? You pretty much, that encapsulates like 80% of what Rolex has to offer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward a couple of months, it was January of 2023. I did a double unboxing where I got the Explorer II, and I wound up taking a bluesy, which was stupid because I should have went with the black. Had it not been for this stupid community and seeing all these watches constantly, I would have never gone down this rabbit hole with buying ever. Right?
Ever.
Like, where am I now? I'm back down to 3 Rolexes, and 2 of them are Datejust, right? Which I always had, and I have my Explorer II in white back. So I would have been able to skip a whole year of nonsense, where I probably lost, I don't know, I lost a couple of $1,000, right? And now the only way to recoup that, if I ever cared about recouping it, would be to sell a Pepsi.
Right.
So, yeah, I do regret it sometimes because, a Rolex is a fantastic watch. Just having one is an accomplishment. But in a community like this, it just gets suffocated, right? Because the only thing that gets people's dicks hard anymore is seeing an FP Journe or an RM, which is just it's so insane that's where we're at. It's frustrating.
Yeah. No, I get it. Excuse me. Even the JLC, I thought it was funny on Thursday when I was unboxing it, and Tim's like, "Stop! That's a better watch than I thought."
Right. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It really is. A lot of people probably feel insulted too. They get rubbed the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a way to fix it. But yeah.
MD Chaz, how can anyone leave their house without wearing a date and not feel ashamed of themselves? Questioning the relevance in society blows my mind.
I know, that's where we're at. It's just, I mean, when you really think about it, like, I know we have a lot of wealthy people in our community.
Yeah.
I know we do.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, when you really think about it, how often are people buying $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 watch, even $10,000, right? Like, Mark, you sell cars. You sell, the most expensive Chrysler, I think, is probably like a Grand Wagoneer fully loaded, right? Like
115, 120.
Okay. So a family comes in that's of some means. They get that for their family car for the next, 3-year lease or 5 years if they buy it. Mm-hmm. They probably have a, $1 million home to be able to do that or more. And then on this stream, we have people that are spending that on like an RM, and then it's like, that didn't even satisfy my itch. It's like, we're so far removed.
Yeah. You get like to a point where it just seems the norm. There's no sticker shock when they say these things,
Yeah.
Whereas when I'm out looking at it, I'm looking, I kind of pare down to a few things that I would like to have, and then I start shopping the deal. Like, where can I get a deal? What can I get a deal on? You know what I mean? That's my way of going about it. But it's completely different from someone who's like, I think I want a second RM, or I want, I'm not happy with just a Royal Oak. I need something ceramic, or, you know what I mean? Like, it gets crazy, and it just, you get numb to it almost, you see these crazy unboxings and stuff, and you just really get, numb to what's really going on. Looking Glass says, Watch Talk, hands down my favorite. Explorer II Polar. I still need that 40 millimeter yellow, gold, black dial stick hands day date that he wants. I do consider the day date my exit from watches, but will it be? Because I've heard a lot of people say, it's over, I'm done, this is my grail watch, this is the end piece. And then a month later, they're on the stream saying, "You know what I saw?"
It never ends. It never ends. It's hard.
It's crazy.
But it is, and the brands too, like, that's another issue, right? Mm-hmm. They want you to buy multiple watches, and they've created these pathways, right?
Right.
So no matter what brand you enter at this point, well, not all brands, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the brands people are after, no matter where you enter, you're going to have to buy 3 to 5 to 10 watches over a number of years. And then the thing is, it's like, okay, I played your game, and then I got to the 10th watch, and that's the one I wanted as number 1 to begin with. And
Mhm.
guess what? It was better than watch number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 combined. That's why I
Yeah.
wanted it in the first place. And
Mhm.
now I'm selling them. And then the brand
Yeah.
goes, "Oh no, you can't do that." Well, what do you mean I can't do that?
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you?
Well, that's the other part of it. That's the weird part is
Mark,
it's you
you know what
bought it, it's your money.
You know what I think's going on? One of the things that's going on. It's never going to be talked about in our stream because these are collectors, and there's a lot of advice against it, and it's never
Mhm.
recommended. But I think in the real world of people that this is not a hobby, they just want the watches they want, and
Yeah.
they play the game. I think they're being very open with the ADs and saying, "Yeah, I sold it."
Yeah.
And if the AD comes back at them in a negative way, I think that these people with the big egos, especially your RM and your AP people and your Patek, these are not
Mhm.
small egoed people, right? They're
Right.
doing something in life to be able to afford the watches. They're saying,
Exactly.
"Fuck you, I'm going to do what I want." And after
Mhm.
the 5th "fuck you" in a week, I think the ADs are slowing their roll a bit on
Mhm.
the, "Hey, you can't sell your watches."
Well, they would have to because the problem there's not that many people with that kind of money that are into watches that would want to make that purchase. So you can't just say, I'm not going to deal with them. I'm not going to deal with that person anymore. He sold a watch. Well, he sold a watch and he wants to buy another one of your really expensive watches that, let's be honest, how many people are there
Right.
that are in that market? So like Dear Artifact says, when you're spending this kind of money, you really need to enjoy the watch for yourself. That's why it's so important not to fall into the trap of buying to impress others. I don't even think I guess there's a certain amount of impress others, but I think your real big money people, they want what they want, you know?
Right.
Like Boston. Here's Boston's in the chat. Boston wants what he wants, and he has a plan, and he's been very open and honest about, what his plan is to get the things that he wants. And you're right, Boston. There is nothing wrong with that. It's not about getting the next thing. It's about getting the pieces that you want and can afford. Nothing wrong with wanting the best. Absolutely not. You um there there are people like that. There are people that want to impress people, whatever. Oh, by the way, who was the guy? I can't remember his name. He was back there, but he was looking for something like $200-300. Look at these. I don't even know how to pronounce this word. The Citizen Tsuyoya, whatever. Tsuyoya, I don't know. It's actually a really nice watch. Integrated bracelet, exhibition back. It's a Citizen. It's a quality piece. I'm sure if you look around on eBay, you can find one around $300. I think they're on sale for $360 right now. That's a for that price range you're talking about. That's a really good watch. Excuse me. But yeah, they Whole Milk says, "Hey, bring two. Put no pressure on me to buy 5 watches." Yes. So like rotating my $23 Casio. It's comfortable. Gives me a great feeling. Yeah, you can wear whatever you want.
Right.
Question for Buckley. I know he's a hype chaser, just like Boston. Wow. Calling out. Would you buy a titanium date 36 or 40, or would you see it as devaluing the date line?
I hope it never comes out. I
Yeah.
hope that never happens. Seriously.
Titanium is a sport watch.
Yeah, I hope that never happens.
And a day date,
Yeah.
part of a day date is precious metal, I think.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be precious metal. That wouldn't even look good. Like, one of
Yeah.
the things that makes a day date look so good is they hand polish it. It's the only watch Rolex makes that they actually hand finish the
Right.
materials. It's the only one. So, what are you gonna do with titanium? I mean, I think that the titanium Yachtmaster is cool. It's a
Mm-hmm.
cool watch. It's a collectible watch, but it
Yeah.
does not look like a luxury watch. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't look like one. It doesn't look like a luxury. If you didn't tell me that Rolex made a titanium watch and you handed that over to me, I would think it's fake.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm being, I don't,
Yeah.
you have
No, I
to
get it.
digest that, you know?
And it's an aspirational piece. It's an achievement piece. I think that has to be precious metal. That's like the ultimate, achievement. Watch.
Yeah.
It's just the way it's been marketed, the way you think about it. I think that needs to be gold or platinum. And I agree. I don't think it would look good in titanium. Is the bigger problem.
No.
Wigmaster, he says it's Suyosa. Thank you. But it's a great entry level watch. Everybody's been raving about that watch. My friend he runs a small jewelry store, a chain store, but he has a decent watch collection too, outside of what they sell. But he just picked up the yellow one. He couldn't stop raving about it to me. So for what you get for the money. Boston Collector says, I think there's a normal collecting where you go up in number, then start to move some pieces to make room, then buy more watches. Collecting is usually overboard on number. Yeah, collecting is, it is. I mean, literally, I have done the same thing on a much smaller scale to be where I am now. I literally moved my Omegas and, ended up with the watches that I have. So it's the way it is. It's just, I think you have to be careful. I always say I love to see like Boston come on and show his new watches because they're cool and it's stuff I'm not gonna see.
No.
PG brings something. I'm if somebody says PG's doing an unboxing, I'm glued to the screen. Because I want to see what he got, or George Voorhees, or people that you're just like, wow, I can't wait to see what it is. But in my mind, in my heart, I know here's my level, and I'm okay with that. The problem is with people who aren't okay with where their level is at the time. I think that's where some people get into trouble.
Yeah, and Boston is he's at the extreme end of things.
Mm-hmm.
And he also doesn't buy watches based on how he's going to wear them. He's buying watches like museum pieces, like art, like an art gallery.
Yeah.
He's trying to get the best stuff ever made from each brand. And then he'll probably put on a $2,000 watch. And then these other ones will be, locked behind bulletproof glass in a gallery. That's the type of whatever, for me, it would be torture because I'd want to wear them. But at that level, he's got a different mindset about it.
Yeah.
Don't try to do what Boston Collector does because he's the best at it.
Right.
He's extreme and it's not easy what he does.
No, it's not. And that's why I have a lot of respect for what he does, because people make fun of him, spreadsheets, this, that. Well, he's got a plan and he's working his plan.
Yeah.
And God bless him, I don't think his kids are starving because he bought a watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But and I have a plan and I work my plan. It's a much lower level plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just, it is what it is. But my plan, my ultimate goal is to retire in a little bit, so, I like to have nice watches, but I don't need the nicest watch. I just need to have stuff that I like that, speaks to me. MD Chaz says Tudor makes the Tudor Royale a day date in steel with an integrated bracelet for only $20.50. Yeah, but that's a nice watch. And for some people, that might be the nicest watch they ever get. Who knows? But when you're talking about the day date, you're talking about I think the ultimate Rolex. I mean, you can talk about Daytonas and you can talk about all the whole Rolex line. I think a day date is the top of the line in a Rolex. I think it is the piece that most people, Looking Glass as an example, that's his Grail watch. A lot of people, that is the watch.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah.
It's
James
iconic.
Hess, upvoted. Good to see you, sir. Wigmaster says I aspire but rarely achieve. Well, you work, you work for it, and you work and you come up with a plan. If you want something, you have to plan it out. I'm a firm believer in having a plan and sticking to it, and that'll make things easier as far as life and collecting and whatever. I mean, life is going to throw shit at you. Life is hard. I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but life is hard. It's not supposed to be easy.
Yeah.
So, but then you appreciate it more when you achieve certain things, whether they be in life or in watches. You have a better appreciation for something that you work for.
Yeah. That's a weird thing too. Like with what MD Chaz is saying.
About the tutor.
Yeah, there's like this weird thing. I mean, to me, it's weird, but I guess if you're looking at it from a logical engineering, perspective, it's like, this watch has the same function and is this price.
Yeah,
it doesn't look the same, right? Right. A Toyota Camry, it has 4 doors and is never going to break and has great resale value. The 911 only has 2 doors and you can never drive it, but it's a hell of a lot prettier.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's why that's the brass tacks of it, right? Is although Rolex might be boring, what the stuff that they're doing, it's like
they do it very well.
Yeah, we could hate on the Daytona, but show me another one for 14,000 that is as elegant, as well balanced, as comfortable, with a movement that's thin. You can't find it. Nobody does it. Right? So you can make fun of them. Not you, Mark, but people make fun of them.
No.
I
make fun of them because of the size.
Yeah. But it's like, show me another one. And no one else can do it for the price.
Exactly. Whole Milk says Boston kids aren't starving, but we all saw those months-old bags of coffee.
Yeah, he's a coffee connoisseur.
Yes. If life was easy, everyone would do it. Yes. I always pay per door at the dealership. James says nothing wrong in doing spreadsheets for private purposes. My family gets spreadsheets followed by in-depth PowerPoint and or Visio data explaining the process. Yes. If you have a process, you know what I mean? If you have a goal, first of all, what fun is it to just go, okay, my goal is to have a day date. And if you just go, okay, got my day date. Well, that's no fun. What's my goal? What's the plan? What's the plan to get there? How am I going to work to do this? I mean, that's part of the journey. Oftentimes is better than the destination, because how many times do you buy a watch? As much as I love this watch, I look at it, I'm like, I really like this watch. Okay. Yeah, I like the watch.
Right.
You know what I mean? The fun part's over.
Big problem. Big problem. That's one of the things that's also attached to a few different brands. I think Cartier, I think Rolex, I think Patek, more so than everybody else, have an achievement attachment or a milestone attachment to them.
I agree.
And Cartier obviously is there, but the other two brands, the days of like, hey, I had a kid today, and going to the Rolex dealer and like, I want to celebrate. Oh, we have nothing. Right? That's a shame that's the case. It's been the case for years now. Like, oh, cool, you had a son. Get on the list. No. It has to be today. Like, I want a watch today. Well, go see our CPO. I don't want some bullshit that someone else has worn for the last 10 years. I don't want their shit on my watch. I don't know who wore that. That could have been a pedophile. I don't want that watch.
Yeah.
Like, it's not. I know from a business standpoint they're doing great, but from a collecting standpoint or just buying a watch for an achievement, it's so bad. It's such a bad place to be.
Yeah.
And you don't want to go to the gray market. Like, what's the fun in that? Like,
Mhm.
oh yeah, I bought my sub from the gray market. It's getting shipped in the mail today.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, man? I want the green room with the desk and the champagne. Right?
Right. I want the experience. Wigmaster says, why do so many people get caught up in the hunting, not the having? Because there's something.
I'll tell you what.
First of all, we're built like hunters. Okay, so we're guys and we hunt. I not to be anti-woke or politically correct, but you know that's what we do. We're built to be hunters. But the chase is part of it. Once you have it, that's when you start to think, okay, what's next, or what's, you know what I mean? Like you're on to the next thing to hunt or do or acquire.
Yeah, people want what they can't have.
Yeah,
that's it. It's literally that simple.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ask anybody not in the watch community for some time to show them some watches that are impossible to get, and they will go, ew, those are disgusting.
Yeah.
Right? It's not, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense. Like, I am not a huge car guy. Really not. These collectors, these vintage collectors talking about vintage Porsche, I think they're ugly as fuck. I think they're disgusting. I can't understand why someone would want to drive a 40-year-old vintage Porsche versus a brand new 911. I don't get it. I'm not a car guy. But to me, it looks disgusting. It looks like a bug. They're ugly as shit. I mean, I hate them. Look, Mark. Today's Sunday fun day. Time to get all the Porsche fans angry. It's horrible. I think they're so ugly.
Yeah.
But I'm not a car guy. I didn't digest it, you know. Same thing with a vintage Daytona. Disgusting. Paul Newman's like one of the ugliest watches of all time.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't think that's a good looking watch. Excuse me. Mathis says that Buckley is in full Wolf on 47th Street mode.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, it gets. He's Wigmaster says like a heroin addiction. It's an addiction, you know. Anything you collect though. So like the I call them the kids that I work with. You know, they're in their 20s and 30s, but they all have things that they collect and do, and a lot of them have to do with games and cards and figurines and stuff like that. Stuff that I just don't understand at all. But they look at me and they're like, I don't understand your obsession with watches at all. Yeah. Yeah. It's just what you collect or what you go after.
Yeah.
But I see, I'm like you. I'm the vintage stuff, you know, even cars, watches, they don't really impress me as much because the technology is better now. So I don't mind something that looks a little vintage, but I want the new technology. I want the better suspension. I want Apple CarPlay. I want, yeah.
Look, it's not, I mean, and it's not always. It's not always. Like I happen to think that the Camaros from the 60s and 70s, the ones today, I think are disgusting.
Yeah.
I think they're like a joke. I think pre-ceramic, if you want a black Submariner, just a black steel Submariner, the pre-ceramic ones I think have way more character and are way better looking than the ceramic. If you're going to get a ceramic sub, you need a pop of something, whether it's gold, different color dial, different color bezel. You need something.
Right.
But this is all shit that the average person, you need to digest this to get there. And then there also has to be that element of, I want it because I can't have it. I mean, I think that's what RM and Jorn are. They make nice stuff. They really do. But they've been making nice stuff for a really long time. And it wasn't until recently when people couldn't have them that all of a sudden they want them. Right?
Yeah.
Like, go around your dealership tomorrow and show people pictures of RM. They're gonna go, "What the fuck is that?"
That's my first car.
There you go. I don't know. You know who doesn't do this, Mark?
Who's that?
Not to go progressive on you,
Mm-hmm.
but when I was over in Italy, that thing is not there. This whole like American flex culture,
Yeah.
and like things not equaling up, right? Like, we have people in our community that, I mean, I'm going to light them on fire because it's Sunday Fun Day. I don't know how you can walk around with, let's say, a $70,000 watch, but you're wearing Walmart sneakers.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make, like, you need a little bit of congruency, I
Yeah.
think. And we have a lot of that in America. A lot of that is a problem.
Mhm.
It gets real weird. You go over
Yeah.
there, it's like, we have the linen shirt tucked in with the loafers, and we have the Cartier. And this is what like, there's no
Mhm.
more, there's not a constant pressing to flex, right? There's not these people
Yeah.
that go from Dior to Chanel to Bottega and Louis, right? Every year they're switching out the brand, Palm Angel. That's not there, you
Yeah, I
know?
agree.
And it's better. It's better.
It's more balanced.
Way
So
more
you can have a nice watch. It doesn't have to be the nicest watch because you're also going to have nice shoes and a nice suit and a nice, you know what I mean? Like all that.
Oh, Mechalist thinks I'm talking about OC. OC is a
It's
good
Skechers.
example. OC is a good example. I should have used OC as an example
Yeah.
because he is a good example. Like, the Sketcher thing where the platinum day date on doesn't quite make sense to me. And
Right.
that's an American thing that we're like, okay, you can do that. That makes no problem. But in other places, it's like, what the fuck are you doing exactly here? You know? I mean, I'm not saying
Mhm.
that one's better than the other or right or wrong. I'm just saying I don't know where this game ends.
Yeah. No, I get it. Looking Glass says that he had the discussion with his daughter about having a nice automatic watch on during an interview or business meeting. Yeah. I think there's something to be said for that. But these days, some of these people are wearing Apple Watches sitting across from you, so you don't know.
Right. And that's weird too.
Yeah.
That's weird too, because you have that end of the spectrum where it's like, dude, you're wearing a Canali bespoke
Mhm.
suit. Like, that, it costs you $5,000 for that suit. And
Right.
you're wearing an Apple Watch.
You're wearing your Apple Watch.
What the fuck? It's so weird to me. It's like, I made this beautiful cake, but there's no frosting.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's all frosting and no cake.
Yeah. Whole Milk says Europe has it too. The Burke gentry, they have to keep up appearances in their castles. Yeah, there's some of that too, but I think your average person is more balanced. You know,
Yeah.
especially when you get to, I think it's a little, I think the UK is more like the US.
Yes.
But I think continental Europe is different.
Yeah. I mean, you just go and watch any of the YouTube videos that are there when these guys travel, and you look at, no matter what you're following, you could be following the restaurant industry, you could be following cars, skiing, it doesn't matter. They're not nearly as aggressive,
right,
about acquiring and dominating as we are. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, because frankly, we are kicking their asses.
Yeah.
Have been for a while. I'm sorry. Mark, I'm making enemies on your show, baby. That's where we're at. We've been kicking the shit out of them for a long time in a lot of ways. Not always. Their food is way better.
Yeah.
I think there's a happy medium, right? Like, you can't have a morbidly obese American living next to Mechalus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just wanting, and dropping dead at 40. And then at the same time, you can't be living on $100 a week but wearing a Rolex, wearing a linen shirt in Florence.
Yeah.
It's weird. I don't know. We're getting crazy philosophical here.
Evan said, well, speaking of crazy philosophical, Evan G. He says it's because in Europe they have stricter indicators of social class. We don't have that as much here. Yeah, because the idea here is that you are not slotted in, and that if you're aggressive and work hard, you can attain a different status and different things. I mean, I think that's just, that's part of the American psyche. And I think that's why in business, where the people are always like, wow, what's America doing? Well, we're aggressive.
We're aggressive, but we also have crazy leniency. It makes no sense. Yeah. I can go into a steakhouse in the city mall, and I go in there, and there's sometimes people in there have sweatpants.
Oh my God.
Wearing sweatpants. I'm not kidding.
I hate that. I hate that.
Sweatpants, wearing a hat. I mean, I don't get it. You wear whatever you want. Okay, there's no standard though.
Yeah.
There's got to be a standard.
It was cold when I came out to visit you guys, so I had a hat because I have no hair. But when we would go into the watch shops, I would take my hat off out of respect. Yeah. When we went to dinner, I took my hat off. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I wore it outside because my head was cold, but I wasn't wearing it. Like I said, when I went into the time machine or into Wimpy or into AP, first thing I did was take off my hat because I didn't feel good wearing because it was just it was a Penn State ball cap, it was just something to put on my head to keep me warm when we're walking through the city. But I didn't feel good inside having that on, but it's different. People think differently now. They don't, let's see. Hansi, he says a lot of people love watches as a thing on its own. Doesn't mean they'll also be into clothing and style. No, I get it.
I get it too. I'm just saying it's,
it's weird in a lot of ways.
It gets weird, yeah. It gets weird. I don't know, just a personal thing. I'm not saying these are rules. We're just this is an open forum.
Yes.
Right? Put your opinion in the chat. I'm just saying it's getting a little bit weird out there. I remember, I'll give you a funny example. This is probably 4 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Tim has been doing his gaming at night.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Diego and a few other people got wrapped up in it too. For like 5 days, I got wrapped up in it. Right.
Okay.
I'm like, this is fun, whatever. And I'm sitting there and I'm playing Xbox at nearly 30. Okay, Mark, I'm the young one of the crowd. Everybody else is north of 30 that was playing. And on my wrist is a Rolex day date. And the other 4 or 5 people we're playing with all have multiple Rolexes in their 30s. And I said to myself, if this is the way America's going, we're kind of fucked. This doesn't make this makes no sense. Like, really think about it. This makes no sense. A bunch of men in their 30s are playing Xbox Live while wearing $10,000 to $40,000 watches, and we each have multiple.
Yeah.
So we're either winning so hard or we're losing so hard we don't realize. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I wasn't comfortable with it. So I stopped. I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm not doing it anymore. I gotta go. That's funny, but it's true. I'm telling you, the I call them the kids, but the kids at work, they play games, and they get online and do it, and it's just a thing that they do, and some of them make a lot of money and they still do that. That's their thing. But they collect the figurines and the cards and somebody, we were talking about it, and I was like, they were asking like how many watches I have, how much money and stuff, but they have just as much money in comic books and figurines and cards, and you know what I mean? It's just that they spend less per item than you would on a watch, but they have just as much invested in their hobby. Nicholas says, to be fair, I'm walking around in my muck boots, jeans, and t-shirt wearing a yellow gold date. Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go down this rabbit hole because it's going to get people offended. I'm just saying,
yeah,
we're more or less making remarks on where we're at, not judging.
Yeah. Goldfinger says, taking off your hat is a sign of respect. I think so. I think it's, you know, and there were people in those stores with hats on and stuff. It's just, to me, if I'm in a high-end watch store, I want to look like, you know, like I don't want to, it just seems disrespectful to me. But I grew up in a different era. Let's see. Evan G says, to be fair, there's lots of expensive but unfashionable clothes they could wear. Dress your wage. Mathis says, respect is dead. Just look at Tim. Poor Tim. He's getting abused.
Yeah. I'm just saying. It's fun. Like, look, going on playing video games, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah.
I guess it's no different than bowling, right? I don't know.
Right. Whatever. Yeah.
It's just it's weird. It's weird. Like, my friend just got back from Thailand, and he was saying something similar, where when you go to these other places, there's like a weighted backpack that comes off because the fast pace, high blood pressure, fucking, you know, hit the ground running every morning with your Starbucks, fighting, milk and cream, sugar, like all that goes out the window.
Right.
Like, oh, breathe. Oh, okay, this is nice.
Looking Glass says, I've been thinking when the daughter's pizza business is a year old, I was thinking of getting her an Explorer 36 to commemorate it for her. Just a thought. What does the chat think? It's a great watch. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard to go wrong with that watch. It's hard to go wrong. You know, I know a lot of the women that I know that are into watches love the versatility of the Explorer or the 36 OPs.
Yeah.
Lot of women love that. You know, the fact that they make them in colors, the fact that they're, you know, it's not as I don't want to say manly looking because then people are going to yell at me, but it's not as manly looking.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be more leaning, not trying to stereotype here, but I'd be leaning more towards getting her a Datejust as opposed
to Datejust is a great watch. Yeah.
I mean,
it's probably the best Rolex.
Well, it's not even that. It's my wife has a Datejust 36 on Jubilee.
Yeah.
I've had her try on the 36 OP. It can be a little bit big, right? Depending on her wrist size. I don't know what her wrist size is.
Yeah.
But I think a Datejust might go a little bit further. I think that'd be better. But if she loves the Explorer and she's told you she loves the Explorer, then go for that.
Yeah. Yeah. If she has a thought in her mind that the Explorer is the one, yeah, absolutely. Who knows? Yeah, because it's hard to say what they think, you know, because that Explorer, the 36 Explorer is a good looking watch. There's nothing wrong with it. Mathis says, Buckley just killed my childhood. I'm 39 and less mature. But yeah, if she likes that look, that 369 look, and the little more toolishness of it, if she's going to wear it at work, you know, if she's going to wear it while she's cooking, that might be a better way to go too, you know.
A Jubilee bracelet doesn't show scratches, though. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't show scratches, so something to think about.
Yeah.
Looking Glass, you're from Brooklyn. You can't be wearing a tool Rolex. You need a Jubilee. What are you doing?
Get a Jubilee.
What are you doing?
Rob F says, no, LOL at Buckley. It's totally fine. Just a bunch of guys with shared passions getting together to enjoy each other's company. It's cool. It's sort of like what we do on these streams, you know. Evan G, blah, blah, blah. So, let's see. Oh. Wigmaster says, my grandfather survived the Great War, but he passed on all of his Pokemon cards to us. Yes, the Pokemon cards are big. These guys, they buy, sell, trade them. It's crazy. Evan G says, need to play more complicated games, the kind of shit they use for advanced economic modeling. Let's see how well your Victorian England does against the U.S.
Oh my God.
Evan. God bless you, Evan. I'm hoping that Evan is coming to Philadelphia here in May. It would be great to meet him. So, speaking of great to meet him, what's
Well,
up,
you said
Evan?
my name 3 times and I appeared. So
You appeared.
it's like Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'll keep you in the loop. I've already reached out to Small G, see who else is available.
Yeah.
So, I just figure while I'm floating around, might as well see who's available.
Cool. Yeah, definitely. It's a hike from Pittsburgh, but it's not like undoable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's cool. And Small G, Double D, great guys. Really enjoyed hanging out with them. So it'll be a good time. Let's see. Boston Collector says OP is better for a daily if she is casual for work. Date just is too dressy for most women on a daily unless it's a steel version. Also keep no date on OP in mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with that. Probably because I live in an environment where there's just so many women that have, date just everywhere all the time, whether they're homesick in sweatpants or they're out, dressed to the nines. Everybody has a date just, so I don't look at it that way. I'll agree with him on the steel side.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If she's the head of a pizzeria and her dad's from Brooklyn, how are you not going to rock a two-tone gold date just with me? I'd even throw some diamonds on those numerals. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh man, that purple dial 36 with the diamond bezel would be perfect.
It's good. Yeah.
But yeah.
That's a good piece.
So what's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday Fun Day.
Yeah.
Hey,
I was supposed to be doing stuff with friends, but then FedEx decided for once to try to go above and beyond and try to deliver my fucking Herman Miller chair today instead of tomorrow.
Oh.
Ooh. FedEx working on a Sunday to try to keep up with Amazon.
Yeah.
Right. I know. I'm like, the one time I don't want it.
They took over in the US. Oh no, the Amazon beat out UPS this year in the US as the biggest service. Yeah, which is
I believe it. What's interesting is I'm starting to see other businesses using Amazon logistics for delivery, even if you don't order on Amazon.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like, so I've started ordering whey protein powder. There's a company called Naked Protein, and I like it because it's like whey, sugar, nothing else, right? So, but yeah, they use Amazon logistics for fulfillment.
Oh, Looking Glass. She's going to be actually rolling the dough. Okay, now we're in a different territory. All right.
Now we're back to the oyster bracelet.
Yeah,
oyster
Okay. Shit. All right, get her a G-Shock.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a different. Yeah, if she's doing that, then yeah, she needs probably not a Jubilee is going to be a bad idea. Oyster bracelet. And then if she likes the Explorer, that's a great tool watch. So if she's working like that, that's a great piece.
It's one of those like one and done watches. If you have multiple, it's boring. If you only have one, it's actually a great piece.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Most hype watch ever created. Wow, look, you guys don't know what to say.
The most hype watch ever created?
In the watch community, the Explorer 1, besides the Speedmaster, besides Speedmaster, besides a Reverso, and besides spruiking Zaratsu polish, those are the top 4 most hype things in the watch community of all time.
Well, especially like, and you know, I've got a 57 Speedy, and I do like the watch, but I agree. I think people like the idea of the Speedmaster more than the Speedmaster itself.
Yeah, yeah. So you're saying it's not the Polaris?
That's right.
Oh,
just Mark here trying to rep his hipster brands. He's like, I was in a JLC before it was cool. When it
I about 2 weeks ago, I was on a job site, and this guy, he's probably in his mid-70s, right? He was just working because he's bored, right? He wanted to get a job, work in security. And I walk by him, and I'm like, where's so-and-so? And he points, and he's got a Speedy on, right? And I'm like, wow, is that a Speedmaster? He's like, yeah. How'd you know that? I'm like, oh, I know.
Because I have eyes.
I'm like, if you only knew.
Yeah, if you only knew, sir.
He's like, you know how much I paid for this watch? I'm like, how much? He's like, $200.
What?
Like, when did you buy it? He's like, shortly after they went to the moon.
Oh, so it's an old 321 then.
I'm like, so you're like the real deal. I gotta respect that. That's very cool.
100%.
It was beaten to shit. It had patina. He's like, I've been wearing this watch for 40-something years. I'm like, wow. Or 50. I think he said 50 years. I'm like, holy shit.
That's great.
Yeah.
That is great.
Yeah, so BW said his Speedy was 220 in 1972. So would that be a 321 or an 861?
I think he had 861.
Okay.
Look like an 861.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, but that's cool, you know, but that's just how people were back in the day. They had like one watch. They wore it every day, you know. My old man was like that, you know, stainless steel date just, that he put a 2-tone bracelet on with the engine turn bezel.
Rolling.
Wore it every day, you know. We're going back to this, you know, Buckley's discussion of like, you know, 30-year-old men playing video games wearing $40,000 watches. It's again, we're a post-scarcity economy for like half the population. We're just winning so hard that it kind of fucking doesn't matter what we do.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Your Artifact says, I think a lot of enthusiasts self-proclaim themselves purists by hyping the Explorer, Speedmaster, and Royal Oak when really they're more scripted than any other persona in the community.
I couldn't agree more.
Mark, can you pull up Cloud Ken's comment? Okay. Have you ever spoken to Cloud Ken? Have either of you ever talked to him?
I think I've chatted with him here or there a little bit.
This guy is one of the sleeper cells. Okay, I call him sleeper cells. He's one of the sleeper cells in our community, and he'll come on and talk about like 80 shenanigans. How he's trying to get. I think he's trying to get like a Kermit or something, right? Read that, Mark.
Hold on.
Read what he said.
I got 10 to 15 Rolex, and Explorer 1 is my favorite and daily.
10 to 15 modern Rolex he's gotten the call for. We have people like this all throughout our community that have gone through the entire collection, right? They know how to play the AD game better than anybody. Like I think Cloud Ken has like a John Mayer at retail. Wow. Yeah, like serious, like Boston level, and they're just sleeper cells. And there's so many people in the chat like that. It's pretty wild when you think about it.
Yeah. So this is BW's 1972 bar mitzvah present, Speedy.
Yeah, it's cool. He looked just like that.
Yeah.
It looked just like that. He told me he was in the Air Force, and he bought it shortly after they went to the moon. I don't know. Maybe he had hopes of going to the moon himself. I don't know.
Yeah. So Looking Glass says he got a 36 Explorer style watch from Long Island Watch with the 369, and she loves it. This is what made me think of getting her the Explorer 1. with some type of mushy saying on the back, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes
good.
sense. That
Do
makes
it.
sense. See, the backstory, helps us to decide what to tell you. I forgot you had bought her that watch. I think he did that right after Mark was on Tim's stream. Do you think Mark's ever recovered from that?
What?
Do you think Mark's ever recovered? Mark from Long Island Watch ever recovered from being on Tim's stream? That had to be a shock to his system. He's such a low key, nice guy. Chaz says Buckley probably complimented Buzz Aldrin on his speedy. Buckley's still young to have been around.
Yeah, isn't Buzz Aldrin like 90?
He's up there. I think my favorite was when he punched that dude for harassing him about
the moon landing.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah. No. This guy was like early 70s, mid 70s.
Yeah. Gorilla Time Speedmaster is a classic killer watch. It is. It is a classic. Yeah. And the awesome Paul one says Buckley filmed Neil Armstrong. Well, yeah, and I'm backlight. Stanley Kubrick was directing him. Isn't that what they say? Stanley Kubrick directed the moon landing.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Buzz Aldrin will beat your ass with your own shoe.
He's like, talk shit, get hit, motherfucker.
That was great, though. That was kind of like, I really never experienced many like moon landing conspiracy theory people until that happened. And I was like, there's really people. Oh, it's a real thing.
They're aggressive about it too.
Yeah.
All right. The dumbest one is flat Earth.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, literally the stupidest one has got to be flat Earth.
But it's my favorite one to listen to them try and explain.
Yeah. Well, what's really funny, there's something called Poe's Law, which is like one of those like internet rules where it's basically at a certain point satire and like the real world becomes so extreme you can't distinguish between the two. And a lot of these conspiracy theory shit started as as a joke that people didn't understand was a joke, and then they started taking it seriously. Yeah. Flat Earth is one of those.
Flat Earth is insane to me that there's people that really think.
Yeah,
I think the most believable conspiracy is probably that either the mob or somebody in the government killed John F. Kennedy. Obviously, I don't think anybody believes the original story and takes it at face value.
Yeah.
Right? Like, come on. There's so much shit that's like.
There's so much wrong with the real
story. So much wrong with it.
Well, I mean, this guy makes a pretty good point. If the Earth is round, why are watches flat?
That's true.
Like, what does the Jacob and Co. Astronomia refute that?
I know, or that what was that MBMF that Tim was wearing the other day at Marco's? Orca says the landing was filmed on a movie set and all the astronauts were wearing counterfeit Speedmasters. Oh, they weren't even wearing real Speedies. Evidently, they were only $200 back then. Rob F. like the flat Earth guy who built his own rocket to launch and see if the Earth curved. Damn rocket had a trailer hitch on it. Yeah, that guy died, didn't he? There's somebody who launched himself to try and see if the Earth was round or flat.
Conspiracy theories are fun.
Yeah, so like Johnson, listening to the flat earthers, they are my favorite to listen to because they really believe it and their theories are amazing.
What's really hilarious is when they actually do good science trying to disprove the Earth is round, it then proves the Earth is round, and then they come up with fantastical explanations as to why their scientific experiment disproved their fucking notion.
Exactly.
It's wild.
It's like the single bullet theory.
Yeah. But it is weird, though, because some of them are coming, they're forming to be true, like JFK, and then shortly after, like, MK Ultra is a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
That, and it's like, okay, so now we're in what, mid-70s? All right, like, what happened in the 80s now? That in the next 5 years, we're going to come out and say, yeah, that's actually true, too.
Yeah.
So they got their point sometimes with flat earthers.
They do. You can't take everything at face value, but when the science is there, you have to take a peek at that too. The JFK people, I mean, there's you can, that's a rabbit hole you could spend a lifetime on. But the flat earth people, just the JFK thing just makes me sad because there's some horrible reason, you know what I mean, behind the whole thing. The flat earth people, they just make me laugh. They warm my heart.
Yeah, because they're just basically harmless, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can just sit over here and just laugh at the nutsacks, nobody's getting harmed by it. So
let's see. Rob says he didn't think he survived his final flight. Yeah, I remember one of those. Yeah, somebody else says, James says he died during a flight. Yeah, I remember that story. Philip Herbach says birds are not real. But I tell you what is real, gorillas.
Guys, I just came on to say that Elvis is still very much alive. Okay?
Yeah, he has to be.
And he's wearing a Daytona Buckley.
He's wearing a Daytona. I don't know. At the end, he was pretty fat. He might be wearing a 46 millimeter IWC Big Pilots.
Yeah, he was a big boy.
Looking Glass says the best is Flat Earth Dave. That guy will make you question reality. I'll have to check him out. I'm sure I've seen him. I'm sure I've seen them all at some point. I think Dulles or Hoover didn't like being constrained in their global war games. I'm sure there's a lot of people think that. A lot of people believe those. JFK made a lot of enemies as president. CIA, bankers, Federal Reserve, aliens.
Well, the grand conspiracy there is that the mob put him in power. I mean,
that is one of the theories.
Oh, my favorite funny conspiracy is JFK's head just did that.
Yeah, it just happened.
I mean, he liked the bitches and he liked cocaine apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a drug addict. Sure.
Everybody loves him all the time. He cheated on his wife constantly. He was involved with the mafia, and he was doing drugs. Well, he's the fucking greatest president of all time.
Greatest president
no, it's funny if you actually look at it. The only thing he did was just not fuck up, right? His greatest achievement was not making the wrong mistake, especially with Cuban Missile Crisis. With what was the incident with like the Berlin Wall incident where like the Soviets and the U.S. had like tanks ready to go, and then it was just like calling talks between Moscow. Right, his greatest strength was he just didn't fuck up, but otherwise, if you actually look at a lot of what he's trying to do, he's a very mediocre president.
Yeah.
Like honestly, if he had kept going, if he had stayed alive, he probably would have tarnished like what reputation he has. He's only a hero in people's mind because he died when he did.
Right. And he was in Texas because they weren't sure he was getting reelected. Because it was so close from him going in, and and it was not a given that he could pull the base. And when's the last time a Democrat said, what can you do for the country? Jonathan says it had to do with Area 51. He said JFK was really killed because he shared too much Area 51 info to Marilyn Monroe, also why she was killed. There you go.
She's been everywhere though, right? Marilyn Monroe. She was.
Oh yeah.
She's with who actually married her? The American baseball player. I forget his name.
Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio, right? He married her, right?
Yeah.
Used goods, tainted goods.
Yep.
Yeah.
Philip
Yeah.
Herbach says not fucking up would look pretty good right now. Would be an achievement. Would definitely be an achievement.
I don't know. We haven't had a seriously good president since Ike.
Yeah. We've had a series of horrible presidents in a lot of ways. And a lot of bad decisions.
So, Evan.
Sir.
When did you hear the white dial?
Yep.
Omega's coming out, Speedmaster.
I haven't heard a date, but I have heard from the internet that some people were saying their ADs were taking deposits for it.
Wow.
Wow.
I think that's going to sell off. There's going to be so many people buying those.
I would buy one. I think it's a handsome fucking watch. Especially since I got rid of my Tudor chrono, so I'm down a white chrono. So
there you go. You have a need.
Yeah.
Depends how much they release it for, though.
Oh, it's probably gonna. I can't imagine they'd release it for not the same price because the only is like the standard Moonwatch, but that's what like 8K now, 9K. So and then they'll probably just like it's gonna be hard to get initially, and then in a year they'll be like you'll be like they'll be falling out of the sky. You'll have to like shovel them out of the way to open your door.
It's like the only ones available were the Alaska Project and the limited Japanese one, right?
I think so, yeah.
So is there a name or a
also a
model
white
for
gold
this?
It's just the I don't think so yet, but they've been teasing a stainless steel, just white dial Moonwatch Professional.
Yeah, Daniel Craig, right?
Yeah, that's the initial, but it's been making some. There's been like glimpses here and there, and how you can tell the difference between that and the white gold model is the red text. So.
I think it's going to be I think for them it's going to be a big thing, big milestone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, honestly, like it's going to be amazing, but that's how you can tell that they're kind of hurting is the fact that this is something they've been like waiting to pull out for a while.
Yeah.
And then they're like, white dial,
Yeah.
Pocket sand, like. So.
They're safety queen.
Exactly. So like this tells you that they're feeling some pressure if they're actually releasing this because this is something that like people have wanted forever.
It's almost like the Tudor sub, isn't it?
Yeah,
if
I think this is
was
just a
really
better looking timepiece. I like that Tudor chrono, but man, I just it was just super uncomfortable.
I'm saying, Evan, to your point that Tudor's got in the background, which everybody's waiting for, is an equivalent sub,
Tudor Samara,
literally like the old days. So this is what Omega doing, and pulling this out. I think it looks amazing.
Oh yeah,
it's a little bit loose on him.
Oh yeah, I like slopping my bracelets. So I'd probably wear it kind of similarly because I've talked about it, but I've got like a really prominent vein that runs right on my wrist bones. So if I wear my bracelets snug, then my hands go numb.
Oh
shit,
that's no good.
Yeah, so I have to wear my bracelets with slop. So
gotta have some slop.
First world problems, right?
Yeah, I know, right? It's just like, oh no, my expensive man jewelry. But yeah, I would buy the shit out of this. But like, it's just gonna be like a watch or two behind in the queue because because also it's gonna be a pain in the ass to get. Like if they don't make this limited edition, you probably won't see it for a year.
Yeah.
If they do make it limited edition, you're probably not gonna see it for longer. So
it is clean. You are right there, Wigmaster. It is a clean look.
Buckley, what's happening in your watch world?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I'm not doing anything until I'm provoked.
Until I'm provoked.
Brands would have to provoke me.
So your status quo is the status quo. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
That's right. Buckley's just sitting on a huge heaping pile of freedom, waiting for a decision to come his way.
Yeah,
That's
Very
great.
well put. Very well put.
Yeah, Rob, that is, I hope they release it. It is good looking,
That's. I think it's a bit of a cop out letting Daniel Craig show it like that.
Yeah.
It's like, why would you promo it like hanging off his wrist like that? Do it properly. And this guy's aged really quickly, or is it me?
Well,
It's like as soon as he finished Bond, bang,
movie magic.
aged.
Yeah. Dude, James
Movie
Bond took
magic.
it all out of him, right?
Yeah.
Dude, like 3 movies aged him like 40 years. So
Well,
he
credit
was
to
17
him.
when he started,
Really? No,
No.
he wasn't.
He was like
You know what?
40-something.
Guys,
I think he's a
I think
smoker.
he's a smoker.
I think so.
Yeah,
Mm.
that would explain it.
I think he's been the most athletic action Bond ever.
Oh yeah.
It was like a nice change of pace, especially compared to the kind of like cheesy 90s, like
the campy.
Sean Connery.
Who's the guy that is Pierce Brosnan?
Pierce Brosnan.
That started getting like extra hokey because at least like the Sean Connery kind of Bonds, and even then he was very much a shoot first, ask questions later Bond. It was really Roger Moore that started getting like gizmos, gadgets, and the kind of like like the fucking. What was it? Live and Let Die with the fucking like shark gun that like causes the guy to inflate and explode. Like
the White Lotus that goes underwater.
Yeah.
So I also liked. He only did 2 movies, but Timothy Dalton.
Yeah.
It
Was it Living Daylights and Under Majesty's Secret Service?
No, Under Majesty's Secret Service was George Lazenby.
Oh, George Lazenby. Yeah, that's right.
The one and only.
License to Kill.
License to Kill. That's right.
Yeah.
He was a good Bond. It's a shame he didn't keep his. He had a loud mouth and he pissed everybody off, so they told him to go full for Multiply. It's a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame because he was okay in that movie, but Diana Rigg was really good. Telly Savalas was really good, and it's a great story. It's probably the best Bond story on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I would love to see a remake of that one because it was.
But who's your favorite Bond? I mean, I have the number one that can't be touched. But who's your favorite Bond?
It's Sean Connery. He just was.
How about you? How about you, Buckley and Evan?
I mean, I think Craig is a 10. I think Sean Connery is a 9/9, and then I think everybody else is fucking trash. So for me, it's like you get to you only live twice, and then you should basically delete everything in the middle all the way till you get to Casino.
I don't know. I grew up watching these as a kid, so a lot of the Roger Moore ones are really fun, even though they're stupid.
Yeah.
So, like Thunderball, Moonraker, it's really fun having the fucking NASA laser fight in space, right? It's kind of like Pacific Rim. You're like, so awesome, so dumb,
So Thunderball, that was Sean Connery.
Yeah, highest grossing one he did was Thunderball.
It's so good. I like the underwater scuba fight with the
Thunderball is a great movie. And I liked Dr. No. The first one was good because there were no gadgets.
You know what it is? You don't go by the best Bond. You got to go by the best Bond films, right?
Yeah.
I think Casino Royale is number 1, and I think Goldfinger is number 2.
I agree. I'm afraid I agree.
Casino Royale was just a fucking. When I first saw that was like the most insane. Oh, it was fucking. Because a few years prior, we were looking at what was it? Diamond.
Oh, it's not Dine of the Day, is it? Yeah, Dine of the Day.
Dine of the Day,
and that one was terrible.
Fucking
trash.
Oh
my god.
Horrible movie.
Which sucks because I feel like Pierce Brosnan had one good Bond film, and that was Goldeneye.
Yeah.
Everything else was bad.
Yeah,
that's it. 100%.
And that was because the story was there, and it leaned into that post Soviet Union, Russia. You know,
And
like
it kind of had that air of like detective work a little bit, kind of like the first like Mission Impossible had, like where it wasn't just action, it was just like what's going on here, you know?
right.
So
And you know what it is about Pierce Brosnan? I'm gonna do a hot take. Only reason he gets any credit at all is because people from 30 to 45 got to play the video games in the 90s. With no video games, he's dog shit.
Yeah. With a better video game.
Oh dear. But that, without a shadow of a doubt, Daniel, you have to excuse me because I've been shouting. I just left the soccer game and I've been shouting. My throat's really screwed up. But no, I just think Daniel Craig took it to the next level of kicking ass. And you know, there's the instances when he goes into the army barracks and everybody's shooting at him, chasing that guy is ridiculous. It's next level. I think Roger Moore was the joke Bond, the comedy Bond. You know,
when I was a kid, it was great, right? Because I was like 8. So
well, it was fun, and there were gadgets, and there were snarky lines and stuff.
Yeah, apparently, like him as a person, like apparently when he was a kid, he got shot in the leg with a BB gun. So he was like super anti-gun or something like that. So it's part of why they leaned so far away from like firearms in his movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I liked. I think my favorite Bond movie though is From Russia with Love.
Really?
I love that movie.
Why is that, Mark?
I like the story. I like the intrigue. You know, you're getting the to get the machine and the chase. The fact that there was someone who was basically created just to get Bond, and it turns out that his flaws at the end were what did him in. I don't know. It was just I liked it. I liked the story. I thought the girl was gorgeous.
You know what I like about that movie?
What's that?
In the beginning, when they're at that training base.
Yeah.
And it's like this in 1963, this was the top form male figure. Was this guy?
Yeah.
It's like just a regular guy nowadays.
Yeah.
He's just a guy in his stomach and he doesn't move.
Yeah. It reminds me of that there was like a Family Guy joke where it's just like watching like detective films from like the 50s, where it's just like in shape, out of shape guy with like high-waisted pants, and so this guy walks up and he's like sucking his gut. He walks up, he's like, who are you saying shit about me? And the guy's like, I don't know, I'm kind of waiting, and he like lets out his breath and his like gut hangs out. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna talk a lot of shit about you.
Here's a question: which Bond had the best girls?
Oh fuck!
Well, that's tough.
Probably Pierce Brosnan.
He had some good girls. Those girls, some of those girls in his early ones, like the girl From Russia with Love, the girl in Domino in Thunderball.
Yeah, Domino. Oh, Domino.
Yeah, there were some. He had some good ones too. But Pierce Brosnan had some mega babes too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a tough call.
It is, isn't it? I think it's going to be a tough call when they actually cast the new Bond to top all these other Bonds now.
All right.
I don't know how they're going to do it,
George,
because you've had an action crazy guy, and you've had all this very sophisticated guy. I don't know. They're going to have to be very clever how they do that.
I think they should move back towards a more like detective intrigue spy film kind of Bond, like less action, more about like you don't know what's going on, right?
all right. If Bond is cast as a woman, I sincerely hope that London melts. I hope they get hit by a nuke, and I hope the whole city is destroyed.
Yeah.
That would never happen. That would never happen.
No, not the way they're talking. It might happen.
No, I mean, Ian Fleming did not write that character for a woman, period. You know, I hope they cast the new Bond as a black person. I'm 100% with that because it breaks it up. Bond doesn't have to be white. It's not about color. It's about spiritual person, the figure. But I'm like Buckley. If they cast that as a lady, to me, it's killed Bond.
Yep.
Not that I'm a sexist. It's just some things shouldn't be messed with.
I felt like they were giving us a hint in No Time to Die when that girl had the 007 tag at the beginning of the movie.
They tried. They were trying to toy with the idea.
Yeah.
Actually, that movie was like slightly woke in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
I didn't even watch the most recent one, but like, I'm just tired of the extremely lazy writing where it's just like, stop taking like beloved characters and either like gender or race bending them. But yeah, like George said, in this case, like it kind of doesn't matter if he's black or white, but it kind of matters that he's a dude.
Yeah.
And so like, stop being lazy and just like fucking gender bending characters to like push whatever you're trying to push. Make a new fucking character in a new fucking series and actually put in the work, right? That to make people give a shit, right?
Yeah, I agree.
That's how you do it. Fuck.
M is a man. Oh my God, Boston Collector hasn't seen a James Bond movie since 1985. M's been a man for 10 years now. Over that.
Well, now,
yeah.
It's been 10 years.
Yeah, because he replaced.
You replaced Judi Dench
in 2012, Skyfall.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think what Boston's saying, will they switch it up and make M a man if the girl goes to Bond?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think that needs a kiss of life now, and they got to bring it up to the new level that Daniel Craig left it. And I do believe they need to give Bond a shift, whether he's a black guy, whatever guy he is, all good. But you know, as Emma said, just add some spice.
What if they go trans and just make
I'm
everybody?
out here. If that fucking thing goes trans, I will burn all the DVDs, anything I have relating to Bond on YouTube.
Blow it up. Blow up the country. The whole country blow it up.
Fuck it. You know, if that becomes trans, I will fucking smash my speedy up.
Yep.
No way.
Yeah.
MD Chaz has an interesting thing too. If they did a period piece, that would be cool.
I kind of agree, just because like Humint is still a thing, but it's kind of conducted differently now. It's usually a lot of like handlers and like dealing with like their they're I don't know if they don't call it marks, but kind of you do a lot of like recruiting of folks already in these organizations and try to get leverage on them. But like, but it's still very dangerous today. But yeah, I agree that the 50s, 60s, 70s was like the golden era for like actual like human spy work.
Yeah.
So that's what they should do a movie, and the first movie should be focused around the details of how he goes from the Navy to Bond.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They should make the whole movie like a Batman Begins type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
what Star Wars type deal.
Right. How does he become, like, what's required to become a 00?
Yeah.
Right. And then you have to tie in all the details too. Like, okay, where like the suits are coming from Savile Row, like make that part of it.
Right.
Right. Like proper, like I want details and a little bit of a deep breath instead of my watch is a laser.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. And for the love of God, make it the Explorer 1.
Yeah.
Make the watch the Explorer 1.
What was Ian Fleming? Because he was wearing a Rolex all the time he was writing that.
Explorer 1.
And
Explorer 1. Yeah.
given the Explorer 1, 40mm, job done. Can you imagine the sales that would? Oh my God, sales would go through that would be a waiting list for that bitch. Waiting list.
Yep.
But before he wore the Explorer, he wore another brand as well, I think. Ian Fleming.
If it's not Omega and it's not Rolex, I think a Blancpain 50 fathoms Blancpain.
I gotta be honest with you, I'm going with the JLC Polaris.
JLC Polaris.
So, is there interference on this stream?
Also, there should be 2 watches, right? Because if he's like casual, because the Daniel Craig, each movie they gave him 2 to 3 watches, except for this last one. The last one he had 1 watch. But every other movie they gave him 2 or 3. So give him a couple, right? Give him a couple.
Yeah.
What would you say, Buckley, he'd wear? Sorry, Mark.
Okay. What would he wear? I think one of them, Blancpain 50 fathoms. If you're not going Rolex, right? Blancpain 50 fathoms, and then he needs a tuxedo watch. So maybe It can't be Holy Trinity. It can't be that high, right? Because you have to think about what would their salary be as a
Yeah.
00. So you got to go with maybe you actually could go with the JLC, right? Like a JLC on a strap,
Yeah.
white dial or a black dial, probably white dial, rose gold. But you got to give them two, right? And they have to be luxury, but they can't be too luxury. Like, give him an AP. Fucking stupid.
I think it was Quantum of Solace. He had two. Or
All the movies he had two, except for this last one.
yeah, because he had the Aquaterra and the Planet Ocean.
In Quantum, he had two different Planet Oceans.
Okay.
In Skyfall, he had a Planet Ocean, and then
is that the one he had the Aquaterra as well?
Yep. And then
are we talking specifically like not Omega watches for this?
Well, yeah, if they don't go with Omega again.
If they lost that Omega deal.
Lost that.
Yeah.
They lost it, yeah. But the problem with Omega, what I don't like about the last few movies is now the Omega pairs become 007 Omegas, like printed 007 Omegas. I'd rather them just give him a black Speedmaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't put 007 on it. Don't make it a limited edition.
It's too kitschy.
Lame. Fucking lame.
I think here's something we can all agree on. The next Bond villain should wear a Grossman.
Timmy, come back! I think the villain should wear a ceramic watch as a villain. Give him one of the Holy Trinity. Give him a ceramic, an AP. Job done. And let Bond wear the most conventional stuff.
All right, who is the best villain in any of the movies?
For me, Buckley. For me, because I've been to the golf course as well. Has to be Goldfinger.
Really?
Or Scaramanga.
Yeah, Mr. Scaramanga, man with a golden gun.
Yeah. Three nipples.
Good.
Yeah.
The last Blofeld. I mean, the last two movies weren't the best movies, but that dude played a good Blofeld, and
Christoph Waltz,
it gave a good backstory on why he was Bond's villain, which I appreciated.
I suppose the old one where he's in like a fucking wheelchair with like a helicopter on it, you know, and just like.
See, I would agree. I gotta disagree with you, Mark. I loved him for the part.
Yeah,
I hate the fact that they tied it to him being a stepbrother.
Yeah,
that was so lazy to me.
Yeah,
so
something. I like it was some like he just appeared at first.
Yeah.
So like Donald Pleasance was a great Blofeld. Teddy Savalas was a good Blofeld in On Her Majesty's Secret Service. But
you mean Mathis?
Mathis, yes.
Yeah. No, but I agree, Buckley. It was very much like Spaceballs. It's like, I'm your father's cousin's uncle's former college roommate, you know? It's like, who cares? Doesn't make us nothing.
Like, okay, you got caught in an avalanche, and now all of a sudden you're like this underground trillionaire who run, like, what? Also, just fucking kill Bond, if that's... It was lame. It really made me mad. And then this last movie, too. They were stretching that out. You didn't see it. You got to see it. But they stretched that out again and added a new person.
Yeah.
And it was like, what? What are you talking about?
I mean, could they stretch it any thinner? That's impressive.
No, they should have done 3 movies.
But I think I agree with Buckley's onto something good here. If they were to do the beginning of Bond, where he comes out of being a whatever in the Navy, the UK Navy, and give his backstory, that would be brilliant because it's almost a restart of everything.
Yeah,
you know what, George? I think based on the book and what they said about him in like with what's his name, Sean Connery days, I think a modern day Bond is ex-SAS. I think that's what he's actually supposed to be, right?
No, he is. He is. That's what they said. He's ex-SAS, and they don't call it the SAS. It's a form of an SAS, but not so much SAS. But definitely if they do a story within a story, an SAS story, and the end goal of the story is, blum, he becomes a 00. That would be people be queuing up to see.
Well, but I mean, but also to be fair, the SAS, like, it was still a spy agency that they called Special Air Service to make it seem like it was a military special forces group during the war to throw off Germany, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's why Casino Royale to me is the best one, because it starts off where he's like just some Joe Blow, right? Okay. And then at the end, you don't hear him say the name is James Bond until the very end.
Yeah.
Right when he puts the bullet in Mr. White's leg and walks up with the 3-piece.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool.
Fucking the best scene in any Bond ever is that little 2-minute clip.
Yeah.
Except for the only one better is got to be the what is it? The blackjack table in Dr. No. What are they playing? Are they playing blackjack? I forget.
I think they were playing blackjack.
So that or Baccarat.
Yeah, one of those. That was a great scene.
And a lot of people.
And can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Please give the Aston Martin a break. We know it's British.
I know.
Please give it a break. Modern Bond.
The original Bond car was a Bentley.
Yeah. Please I love Aston Martin.
Yeah.
Give it a break.
Yeah, like what? You're not on a government salary. You're not affording a fucking $300,000 Aston Martin. Oh,
yeah, but it's his spy car that's been adapted. That's how they get away with it, you know.
Really?
I think give it a break and
I'm
give
tired.
Omega a break.
I don't want it. I want a car. I don't want a spy car. You know what I mean? I don't want all the gadgets.
I think they should give Omega a break as well because look, they started off with Rolex, they went through Seiko, they ended up with Omega. Like, give it a break, go to another brand. It doesn't have to be Rolex.
You wore a tag. Timothy Dalton wore a Tag Heuer in the one.
I don't mind Tag being the sponsor. Give that brand some recognition that it deserves.
No, can't do that.
Let the Tag Carreras and that range are beautiful pieces. Give that some love. But I'm fed up with Omega. I'm Omega. I love Omega Speedmasters. I'm a fan, hands up. But I can't keep saying the same brand in a movie. It's almost like Bond might as well have a tag on the back, sponsored by Omega.
Well, it is.
Yeah, but not literally. Still.
It does. Literally does.
Yeah, but literally, I'm saying he could have it literally put on his thing, sponsored by Omega. Do an infomercial.
His tuxedo's got sponsors like NASCAR jumpsuits, right?
Yeah. Well, Boston said a while back, about having the original Rolex, the small crown Rolex sub that he wore in, originally. That would be cool. Something, like a vintage Rolex or something would be a cool watch for Nav. He could have a modern spy watch too, but it would be neat to see, a playback to that.
That watch wouldn't make the first scene of him diving vintage. That would end up in many, many pieces.
Yeah.
Because he wore originally, Sean Connery wore a 6538 on a NATO.
Yeah.
Which is butter. So I don't know, but it's good. It's good conversation. I mean, the car. It's good to change the car, change the piece, change the character. Maybe change his ethnicity. A lot of things, but without a doubt, please don't change his sex. Yeah. We don't want him doing anything else but a dude.
Yeah, I mean, you could do so many creative things. I think that they're really gonna push it. Instead of these typical Bond movies, right? Like you get him through SAS training or whatever. You show that, right? You show how he becomes Bond. Maybe his first kill towards 00, he takes the watch of the person he kills.
Oh,
where's that, right?
Like it.
I mean, basically, I'm basically better than O'Sheen O'Malley at this shit at this point.
There you
go. No,
I agree. You've got some great points, Buckley. He takes his victim. He takes the bad guy's piece.
Yeah.
It takes two, right? It takes two. You take the guy's watch, and then he wears that as the first kill, right? You do so many things that are fucking cool. I just don't want to see them make it a woman and then make it this fucking bullshit fighting, right? Like you gotta put like a Jason Bourne element in it.
Yeah.
You know?
Have you guys seen the current film with Jason Statham, the beekeeper?
No.
It's very good. Watch that.
Is it good? Okay.
To me, it's Jason being like a Bond. I'm not going to tell you too much because I don't want to spoil the film, but watch it. Between Mission Impossible and now this beekeeper stuff, I think the new Bond's got to like fight with that. But the beekeeper was very, very entertaining. I didn't look at my watch once to see what time is it.
Wow.
The film went very well.
So you're saying Jason Statham played the character he plays in every movie for the last 25 years?
Sorry?
Nothing.
No.
Jason Statham only knows how to do one thing, and that's fight.
No,
Every
but
movie.
watch the movie. Watch the movie. He did well in that one.
All right, let's go over who would be Bond.
All right. So Rose thinks it should be this dude. Hold on.
I mean, it could be. It's not terrible. Not a terrible pick.
We have a picture, a good picture. I clicked on his website. It won't let me. There we go. No. God dang it. No, it's French. I hit a French website. Of course, it's not going to work.
There was a Citroen joke in there somewhere.
I'm going with Richard Madden.
All right, so he thinks this dude. You're going with who? Richard Madden?
Yep.
Come on. Boom. This dude.
Yep.
Is he British or what is he?
I think he's Scottish.
Scottish?
But he's of age, right? He looks the part. He's not too big, right? Because they don't want anyone that's too big. That's why you could never have. I don't think you could ever have Idris Elba or Jason Statham or whatever because they're too big. They're also too old. You can't. I don't think you should start above 40. I think you're pressing at that point.
Because he's going to do about 5 films, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know about 5. I'd say if a Christopher Nolan picked it up, which is the rumor, you would do probably 3, maybe 4. But a Christopher Nolan film takes like 4 years to make. So this guy gets in at 37, and he's not leaving as Bond until 47, right? With 3 movies.
Yeah.
To make him, if you want to make him good.
Right.
But this Henry Cavill thing, no shot, never gonna happen. There's a few others that people always say.
There's the one. They were spruiking the one dude. I can't remember his name now. Shit. Yeah, I'll think about it. There was one that had a lot of traction in the rumor mill for a while there, but I can't think of his name.
They use the big people that are obvious, but the most obvious people are the last ones to be picked.
That's true. That's very true. They kind of pick I wouldn't say B actors, but actors that haven't done crazy things yet.
The two Bonds that I think we agree were the campiest and didn't make the best movies were Roger Moore and Pierce Brosnan, and they were kind of famous before becoming Bond. So I think that they would want somebody different, somebody who's not as known. And it's also easier to sign that person to a multi-movie contract.
Yeah, they want mid-level. You can't be too big. Like all these guys that are super big, Idris Elba, I don't think it'll ever happen. Henry Cavill, Jason Statham doesn't have the talent.
That's who everyone was talking.
No, there's a bunch of them that people bring up. They brought up Tom Hardy, no shot. Like a lot of, you need someone in their 30s that the entire country knows, but is not A-list.
Yeah.
It's never A-list with Bond. You're right. Never.
You know why I think that is too? Because they know how much money is going to come in. They don't want to pay. I think the family that owns the rights, I think they want to cash in. And Daniel Craig was demanding I think the last 2 movies, he got like $100 million each movie. They don't want to deal with that.
Also, Ben Barnes is thrown in as well. His hat into the ring. If you want to show Ben Barnes.
Ben Barnes. Okay, so this is Tom Holland, who somebody suggested.
Too young.
Is Tom Holland like 5'6"?
Yeah,
he's really short, isn't he?
He's too short.
I don't think he's going to make it.
No, he's Spider-Man. Not going to work.
Also, it's what Buckley was saying. They're going to tie him into 5 movies, and they obviously want to get the best deal, and they don't want to start paying 100, 150 a movie.
Yeah,
that's the guy.
This guy this guy was good in The Punisher.
The Punisher, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could see
T-Mobile commercials.
I could see it.
How about Andy Binns? I think we've had votes for Andy from the community. I think I saw Diego, Andy Binns, and somebody else. I can't remember who the other one was. Cam. Yeah, Cam, Diego, or Andy Binns.
Yeah.
I don't think that works.
It's like D, none of the above, right?
I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think that they're going to be announcing it. They got to figure this out in the next year, right?
I agree.
There's also that guy, Reggie Jean.
What guy?
Reggie Jean, the biracial kid. Reggie Jean. Good-looking boy. I don't think he'll make it, though. He's not 100%. I think, they usually throw something out of nowhere where we're not expecting it, and we haven't heard about the person, and he's not on the radar. But he becomes a megastar because of the Bond franchise.
How do you spell Jean?
Jean.
That would explain why I'm not finding it.
I mean, another thing to think about is at what point did they just kind of retire the franchise and just kind of let it, because I don't know about you guys, but I don't really watch a lot of movies anymore because it's all like derivative crap, and it's all just like never-ending sequels that are just unimaginative and like with like lazy writing because they're trying to be as safe as possible.
Well, one of the things, when they come up with a new Bond actor, they normally come out with a pretty banger movie.
Yeah.
I don't see this guy playing Bond. He looks too young and soft.
Yeah, he's a little bit soft.
You know who missed it? You know who unfortunately missed it? Who I think would have done maybe, I don't know if he would have done a better job, but Clive Owen.
I know that. I was thinking the same before you said that.
I
would have preferred Clive Owen, and he was on their books. But he was a really tall guy. He's like 6'2".
Oh, that's Sean Connery. Yeah. Clive Owen would have killed it, I think.
Yeah.
He's proper English. Yeah, I think he definitely missed that. They missed it with him.
Yeah.
And you know what also is important with Bond is finding his nemesis. They've got to find a good baddie.
Yeah.
Well,
not just the last baddie in the last film. That was okay. It was cool, but they've got to find someone a little bit quirky and crazy, and
I'll tell you what I would really like to see happen over a movie is you get a Clive Owen, an Idris, and a few others, and you do an MI6 spin-off series on Netflix, right? Where you have like 005, 4, 3, right? Like different ones at different age groups, different jobs, and you do a Netflix series, like in detail.
Okay.
Instead of trying to figure this out, because there's so many good Brits that could fill that role, I think. And everything's becoming a series. Like, people don't want movies anymore; they want episodes.
Right.
More fun.
They want to binge watch.
I want to binge.
Well, I feel like you could just do more interesting things with a story arc if you have like 9 episodes instead of trying to cram it to like an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Right.
Totally.
So, like when Netflix did, like Daredevil and the Punisher, it was cool because you weren't limited to 90 minutes, or you had a full series.
Yeah, those are really good until they kind of.
Well, they got it in the end.
They got BBC-ified, where all of a sudden, like the CGI started getting kind of shitty, and then it just kind of turned into like like the 1970s like Super Friends, right? Where they're all just like hanging out and like nobody's really doing anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
It was good.
Rose's throwing some heat with the Kingsman movies.
The first one was dumb fun, and then they just kept getting dumber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MJ says every movie with Will Smith is worse than a Kingsman movie.
Oh, I can't agree with that. There's some good Will Smith movies.
He's currently making Bad Boys 3.
That's
4, whatever it is. 4.
Bad Boys 3 was an absolute abomination. That is maybe the worst Will Smith movie I've ever seen, besides the Men in Blacks.
No, I saw After Earth, and that was fucking awful.
Yeah, that too. But I think Will Smith peaked in Bad Boys 2.
Yeah.
And the best part of that film was the actual Reggie scene.
Yes.
Me and my good buddy, my school friend, we always say that when they come calling for our daughters, that scene is what we're gonna actually mimic. Everybody says that. It was funny.
Yeah.
Funny as shit.
I love that movie. Bad Boys 2 is still holds up. It was a great movie.
They were fit then. Buckley, they were fit. In Bad Boys 3, they looked like they needed to go to the gym.
It was just it was such lazy writing. Like, you're gonna bring it back, and then it's Will Smith's son. What the fuck? Like, what is this garbage? Horrible.
Horrible. And his first love, a voodoo queen.
Yeah, voodoo queen from
what the fuck?
It's
crazy.
Shanties in Little Haiti or whatever in Miami is fucking horrible. Horrible. And now they're going to do a 4th where it's Will Smith teaming up with his son. Oh my God. You go down the Fast and Furious path.
Yeah.
I can't watch that anymore. I stopped watching. What cracked me up? I had to go with the kids to Fast and Furious. And when they're in outer space, I was just cracking up. That was ridiculous.
It's interesting to me that some of these actors just get away with being absolutely awful, and people will still watch their movies because there's nobody else. Like, Jason Momoa is perhaps one of the worst people in Hollywood ever. His best role was the one that he couldn't speak English in Game of Thrones.
Right.
Because he was a big brute with a sword, right? That's all he's good for. All the other movies he's in, he's a fucking moron. Horrendous.
I know. I mean, if you think back, guys, it's been a long time since you've seen a really, for me, all these movies are rehacks and edited and spiced up. And I don't really watch movies unless it's something different. And you may shoot me down for this, but the best movie I've watched in the last decade, which got me on every which way, was Inglourious Bastards.
Oh,
great movie.
So good.
Yeah. So good.
I never thought Brad Pitt was that good an actor. But after that movie,
brilliant in that movie.
Just like Buongiorno, you know.
So
for me, that's the best movie I've seen in the last decade.
Oh, good.
I was quite a fan of the movie Nobody. It's one of those turn your brain off, just like raw action movies.
Yeah.
It's so good.
That was good.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Oh man.
When you finally
good.
snap, society finally makes you snap. Oh yeah, it's a great one. What else is good? I liked the cheesiness of the new Top Gun. I like that movie. That was good.
I think he did well at his age to kick that. You know, he passed the test, Tom Cruise. You know, I mean that guy. You know, for me, I like watching Tom Cruise for the stunts he does. He's just completely devoted professional. Hats off to him. MJ says The Green Book was the best movie in the past decade.
Never even heard of it.
Never heard of it either.
I can't remember that one, MJ. But for me, as I said, I love the storyline with Inglourious Bastards. I liked everything, and I love Brad Pitt's humor and everything about it. When that ended, I was like, give me more. I need more of this. Don't end. Brilliant.
7 was a great movie, Orko. Pitt was good in that.
Yeah, that was good.
If you're excited for Dune 2 coming out, you're probably wearing currency.
Oh, that's good. I love that.
That's funny, Rose.
I actually really liked Blade Runner 2049, but I understand the criticisms of it.
Yeah.
It's really slow, but I like really slow burn movies.
Okay.
I've been doing like a Netflix search the last couple of weeks where I'll like one time a week I'll watch a movie that I've never seen. And it's kind of hard because with access to the internet and IMDb with the ratings, it's like you can watch everything above an 8 in like a year time span, which I've pretty much done. So now I'm in like these mid to high 6s. Sometimes you pull a good one out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The last 3 movies I've seen were just like never heard of them before. They fell under the fucking table, I guess, in the last 10 years because they were so bad. I'm like, let me see how bad it is. And it was rough.
It was rough.
It was rough. Like, I didn't even know that Vince Vaughn did, like, serious roles.
What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just watched this movie yesterday. It was super depressing and pretty bad. Fuck, what was it called? Something over the concrete. Drag him over the concrete, I think.
Okay.
Horrible. Really depressing. And then I watched another one too. 99 Homes. Have you guys seen 99 Homes?
No.
That's another one that'll really depress the shit out of you.
Let's see. Let's pull it up on IMDb.
Have you seen the new Ferrari movie?
No, it looks horrible. I won't watch Lamborghini. I won't watch Ferrari because I learned my lesson with the Gucci movie.
You know what's ironic?
God, that movie was so fucking bad.
Listen, it's the same character. It's the same guy playing Ferrari.
Yeah. Well, Adam Driver's all right. It's not him. It's just
the movie was terrible.
They really, because they're trying to make a movie for max profit, they really cut out a lot of important stuff and they just make garbage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this movie was actually decent, just really depressing because it's about 2008 and what the banks did to everybody.
This is a recently unemployed single father struggles to get back his foreclosed home by working for the real estate broker who is the source of his frustration.
This guy wears a solid gold Daytona. Before it was cool. That guy played in a movie. It's old now. Iceman. You guys ever seen Iceman?
No.
Taller guy plays Richard Kuklinski.
He was in Boardwalk Empire.
He always plays a psycho. But Iceman was Richard Kuklinski, which he killed like 200 people in New York. in the 70s. He was a hitman, and apparently he killed north of 200 people.
Huh.
It's a good movie. I feel like I've seen a lot of movies. Now I feel like a fucking geek because I keep bringing up names. You guys are like, no, never heard of it.
Remember that one?
You're like, no.
You love the Green Book. Would be top 5 all time for you, says MJ. Huh.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I've seen the. I looked it up.
Watch it. It was a really good book.
MJ, is that on Netflix?
It's probably on one of them.
I have to look through the
Yeah.
subs.
I found if you want like interesting movie recommendations for like films that tend to be pretty good. I don't know if you've seen Critical Drinker on YouTube. Yeah, he's like a movie critic, and like his whole thing is he's just totally super against all the like just garbage woke movies that have been coming out, and like so far I haven't gotten a bad recommendation out of him. But
did you guys see Brawl in Cell Block 99?
No.
That's another.
No,
one.
I meant to see that. That slipped by me.
Yeah, it's in that same. I don't know what happened. Sometime between like 2010 and 2020, a lot of these guys shifted and they made like really dark, gory, depressing movies that never got out. Like they never made it up.
Okay.
They are, but they're out there and they all have A-list people in them. It's weird. I don't know. Like people don't know they exist. This was another one of those movies where Vince Vaughn plays like a legit psychopath lunatic.
Huh. So I like this guy's description, this Critical Drinker. I drink and I say things. I'm here to deliver reviews, breakdowns, and analysis on modern entertainment media. Expect a healthy dose of sarcasm, biting criticism, and low-functioning alcoholism.
oh yeah, he's a drunk Scot. It's great.
Are you telling me I can make a career out of what I'm doing?
I think.
Yeah.
Fuck. I need an investor.
Yeah.
I do this every Friday night. The fuck?
Luckily, you don't need that. Just get your YouTube channel going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His created playlists: Why Modern Movies Suck, Production Hell.
Like I said, when you get a chance, watch it. He's fucking hilarious.
I have to add it. Yeah, we're gonna subscribe to this dude.
Yeah. Yeah, but his Drinker Recommend series is really good. So,
how do we get him on the panel?
Guys, I'm going to leave you. I've got to get ready for work tomorrow. Be well. We'll catch up soon.
Have a good
Bye,
one.
guys.
Thanks for popping by.
Bye.
What about you guys seen Drive with Ryan Gosling?
Yeah.
Yeah, great movie.
Yeah, it was a great movie.
Not bad. I just saw that for the first time like a month ago. Oh, did you guys see Shot Caller?
Shock Collar?
Yeah, Shot Caller. Shot Caller was good.
Shot or shock?
Shot Caller.
Okay.
It's about a guy who he gets into a drunk driving incident, goes to prison, and in prison he gets linked up with the AB, and they have him start doing work, and he works his way to the top of the Aryan Brotherhood.
Huh.
Yeah. You know, the worst of the whites.
Yes.
Aryan Brotherhood, worst of the whites.
The worst.
You know, where they traffic women and sell meth. It doesn't get worse, you know?
Yeah. No, I have not seen that. I'll have to check that out. See, I got some movie suggestions and a guy to watch for movie recommendations. I'm all set. Yeah. So, what else we got? We went over James Bond. We did a bunch of watches. We went over why Rolex is boring. with their dials. It's just lazy. I think they're a little bit lazy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like going back to their watch. Right, Rolex has 4 watches: the OP, the Sub, the Day-Date, and the Daytona. Everything else is just like mix and match parts.
100%. 100%.
Which is fine, right? Like it's kind of like when you go to like In-N-Out. There's like 6 things on the menu, right? That's at least a piece of their success, right? Is you have 6 options. Pick from these. Like if you ever go into like a diner that has like 18 pages, right? Like their menu's like a PhD dissertation, right? And it's like all over the world. You know that nothing's going to be actually good, right?
Right.
Too many things, right?
Well, they've admitted it. They've admitted it. I've said this to OC, and now he steals it whenever he can. Rolex made all these watches, but they've made 2 that are perfect. They've made 2 watches that are absolutely perfect, and they've made them in platinum with ice blue, the Daytona and the Day-Date. That's it. They've made 2 apps. Doesn't matter. Those are 2 perfect watches. Nobody has done those 2 watches better from any other brand for the price.
Nope.
That's it. That's all you need. Big wrist, small wrist. If you, gun to the head, I mean, I don't feel this way, but I would advise this. Gun to the head, if you're going to get 2 watches from Rolex for your whole life, Day-Date and Daytona would be a very safe 2-piece combo to never go wrong.
Yeah.
Which is why I'll probably go Explorer 1 and Explorer 2.
I know. I have an Explorer 1. I have an Explorer 2 and a Datejust. Just saying.
Let's see. The only movie I ever cried at was when Connery dies in Untouchables.
I love that movie.
Let's see. You have no soul.
Rose, sit down. You're drunk.
That movie deserves like a good modern remake because like I feel like it's got a little bit of that like kind of hokiness to it, but I think that was just a product of when it was made,
Exactly. Yeah, it's a product of its time. It was a great movie when it came out, but it hasn't aged as well as it should have.
I feel like same thing with Gangs of New York.
Yeah.
You guys want to see the best part about going to the AD?
What's that?
Sometimes they give you a cookie with chocolate on it.
Wait, hold on.
How you like that?
Oh, look at that.
How you like that? How you like them apples?
Ooh,
some chocolate on it? Come on.
Perfect.
On. What else are we going to do,
Perfect. Rose also cried when the shark dies in Jaws. Well,
I think my favorite 2 Sean Connery movies that are not James Bond related, The Rock and Hunt for the Red October.
Yeah, those are good movies. Hunt for Red October was a great movie. The Rock, he played a badass character in that movie.
Yeah. I grew up on terrible movies, so like I'm one of like the 6 people that actually liked The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, even though it's really hokey. It's fun. It's good. Dumb fun. Turn your brain off. Enjoy.
Red October does hold up. That's one that holds up. If that's on and I'm flipping through, I will stop and watch it. Yeah.
Alec Baldwin. It's like one of 3 movies I like him in. Also, the other one, Glengarry Ross.
I actually like Alec Baldwin when he was doing comedy better, like 30 Rock and shit.
The Shadow,
He lives out by, well, not out by me, but in my territory.
Not this.
Yeah, I'm just here to flex on Lucha's breakfast because this is my first meal of the day, all right?
What you got?
Put it big, Lucha.
Oh, my breakfast is far superior to that.
Ceviche and old-fashioned, all right, Rose? Ceviche and old-fashioned, Rose. Forget wine and pasta.
With the fried plantains. Yeah.
We call that.
I think so, yeah. It's a Miami meal, Buckley. It's coming soon.
Some of us would call it a high blood pressure meal.
No, it's healthy. It's all fish.
Yeah, with fucking fried plantains in an old fashioned.
I'm enjoying the stream while I'm enjoying my Sunday. Have fun, boys.
All right, see, so here's my breakfast, Mathis.
Just missing the old fashioned, right?
I mean, yeah, exactly. I had coffee instead. Mine was actually breakfast. So.
Great looking tomato.
Yeah.
The market district where I shop, they get really good heirloom tomatoes in there. They're just tasty.
Yeah.
You guys get a good salt trick?
Do what?
Salt, yeah.
The salt trick with the tomato? You ever do that?
No.
Oh, Mark.
I miss it.
Next time you slice up a tomato, put salt on top. Sprinkle salt on top, let it sit, and the salt come out.
Yep.
Amazing. You slice it up and eat it. Amazing.
Huh.
Yeah. It's I love doing just like tomato sandwiches with like cream cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm on like really, really boring bodybuilder food right now, so it's just like protein and more protein. So
more protein on top of protein.
All right, we know you're doing Winstrol and D-ball, so let's be real. He didn't say no.
I don't even know what that is. I'm just laughing because I don't know what it is.
Steroids.
Oh yeah, no. I'm trust me, like you'll see me and I'm like weirdly I've got like a kind of that lean general athletic build, but so when we actually finally get to meet, yeah, I'm tall, but with broad shoulders, but I'm not like huge like you are.
Here's the problem. If you get too built in the watch community, you are going to look like Frankenstein. Because these guys, there's not a lot of tall. There's people who think I'm tall. So
I know it happens. One time I was supposed to meet somebody, and then I leaned against a tree, and then he said, "Hi, I'm Erica." And I said, "Oh, nice to meet you."
That's right.
Would have been better if he said "fire bad."
Right, you gotta, Easter. Instead of base camp, so you can climb the mountain later. Turns around says hi,
Says The Gentleman is a fun movie. Charlie Hunman rocks a 36mm Day-Day. Nice.
Yeah, oh no, you'll be proud of me, Buckley. I'm almost back up to my college weights. Yeah, I think give it a couple more months and I'll be at 2 plates again. Turns out not go to the gym for 10 years really hurts your strength.
Only you can prevent terrorism. Oh, Con Air. That's another good movie.
Oh, Con Air's fun. Yeah, Face Off. It was kind of early 90s Nick Cage movies.
Yeah, Face Off was okay. I wasn't as crazy about Face Off.
Yeah.
Face Off is one. I don't think it's not a watch it multiple time kind of movie.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge Nicolas Cage fan.
What was that series of movies he did? National Treasure or something that I never seen.
Yeah. Not a fan.
Austin says, I went to dinner with Jeff and America. When we walked in, they asked me if I'd like the children's menu. I'm assuming Jeff's a pretty big guy too.
Oh yeah. Jeff is like, I want to say Jeff is like 6'1". He's probably like 265, and he's got an 8-inch wrist.
Okay. Well, I'm 6'1", 195 with a 7.5-inch wrist.
Well, you two can't fight in the UFC. That's all I'll say.
Like illegal backyard,
Yes.
unsanctioned fights.
Unsanctioned professional wrestling in my backyard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I'm basically on a cut right now, but I think when I'm lean, I'm like 200 pounds, so I'm not like a super jacked guy.
Yeah. Johnson says Lord of War is his best movie. All right.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
When his brother's trying to do like cocaine line of that's like a map of Ukraine, right?
Oh, Mathis, Broken Arrow. That was not a good movie. That had like Howie Long in it. Who let Howie Long off the inside the NFL set to make a movie?
When's the last time you people were around a guy who did cocaine?
Probably never. Cocaine's not super big out here. We're mostly a weed, like, and like people that go from weed tend to go more into like shrooms.
Hmm. It's a very gay drug. It's a very gay drug to do. I was at a place last night where waiting online for the men's bathroom, right? These two dudes go into the stall and lock the door, and you just hear them snorting, and you're like,
"Jeez,
that's so like." And then they come out, jaw locked up. You're like,
oh, jeez,
God, you're just so sad.
It is. Rose says, I feel like if you're the kind of person who always says Leaving Las Vegas is the best Cage movie, you probably also like the Tissot PRX.
Or you're a massive alcoholic.
Yes. Lost and Collector, it wasn't that Dances with Wolves is a bad movie. Wow, God, it's long. God. Raising Arizona. Yeah, that was a great movie. Humble Pine says, I prefer Raising Arizona. Probably explains my love for Grand Seiko. Raising Arizona was a classic. That's Coen Brothers, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
You could tell a lot by a person when you ask them what their favorite Al Pacino movie is.
Hmm.
You know?
It's not Scent of a Woman?
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, when people say that, like you have a few choices, really two. You could either say you have three choices. Maybe four.
Heat was a good one.
You could say Heat, you can say Godfather, you can say Scarface, you can say Carlito's Way, you can say what's the cop? The movie with the cop where he doesn't want to go crooked. Shit, I forgot the name of it. There's 5 movies. When they say Scent of a Woman, never speak to me again.
Yeah.
Dick Tracy not high in that list, you know?
Yeah.
No, like don't ever say that. Serpico, that's it. If you say Scent of a Woman, just lose my number.
That's why I said it first.
I have a feeling Diego would say Scent of a Woman.
Uh-oh. MD Chaz throws out that the Big Lebowski movie is the best movie.
That means MD Chaz smokes a lot of weed.
Yeah, it was a good movie, though. It was a good flick. John Goodman in that movie is fucking hilarious.
This is what happens, Larry. You fuck a stranger in the ass.
So good in that movie. You want a toe? I can get you a toe. Toe's easy. It's so good.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. I'm perfectly calm, dude.
Over the line, Smokey. Oh, so good. It was a good movie. Ronin was a good movie too with De Niro.
Oh yeah.
Good flick.
Never figured out what was in the
Yeah. What was the was Bruce Willis. He's not my favorite actor, but this movie was pretty good. He was like in the IRA or something. They were hunting him down in America.
Bruce Willis?
Yeah. Why can't I think of the movie?
I don't know. Bruce Willis got a little funky in the 90s. When he dyed his hair blonde, he made a lot of shitty, weird movies.
Yeah.
He was also like the backdrop of a lot of movies, you know?
Yeah.
Like secondhand character. Die Hard, though. I mean, Bruce Willis is Die Hard. That's it, right?
Well, yeah, obviously.
That's it. The greatest Christmas movie of all time is Die Hard. Also, everybody knows it.
Yeah, just in case anyone's curious, it is.
Everybody's curious.
It is a Christmas movie.
It's a Christmas movie. It's the best one of all time. I mean, this is not a question.
The fuck was that? I gotta find the movie. Oh, Dr. Strangelove, says BW. That was a great movie too. Why can't I find this? That's ridiculous.
I don't know.
Definitely not Sin City.
The movie's horrible.
All right, I can't find it.
What happened to that guy? Jean Reno. He was in a bunch of movies and he disappeared.
Yeah. The Jackal. That's the movie I was trying to find. The Jackal was a good movie. Rosé says that Elf is probably the best Christmas movie of all time.
I think my biggest letdown, gotta be. The biggest letdown was The Irishman.
Oh, yeah. Really long, really
horrible. And historically completely inaccurate.
Inaccurate, long, drawn out, just
shit show.
Was sad that I had taken the time to watch it.
Yeah.
Yes, Versace, the boy, the original Jackal was good too. I don't know. I think we've covered a lot of territory here.
Yeah, you've been going 5 hours.
I know. At 3 o'clock, I do have 3 o'clock. I have an out. I got to go to Costco. It's gonna be a terrible experience, but
yeah, Costco on a Sunday. Good luck.
It's the worst. It's the worst. But I'm out of. I need the paper towels and stuff. I need the big stuff.
Warren Buffett. I think it was Warren Buffett's like one of his top stocks was Costco.
Yeah,
like top 5 was Costco.
I can believe it. It's it's always packed in there.
Yeah, and they make a ton of money. Most of their money comes from the membership, but never going anywhere. Costco's not going anywhere.
Rosé, I'm a type 1 diabetic. I don't do the Raisinets. Sorry. But you can get a metric ton for like $5. Johnson EDC says Die Hard, Home Alone, Christmas Story, Elf in that order.
See, I only fuck with 3 Christmas movies: Die Hard, Home Alone, and Christmas Vacation. That's it. I go through those 3, I'm done. The whole season. Don't show me another Christmas movie.
That's a good list, though. Christmas Story has gotten. He just like when I first saw it, it was hilarious and it was funny, and then it just kind of became, oh, that's on. Yeah. My brothers come over every year for Christmas. They watch it once or twice, and it's like, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, a Christmas Story is just. We could fit one more hot take that's going to offend half your audience.
Okay. There you go.
I think it's just a bunch of men. It's just a bunch of men who like it above 60. You know, having a nostalgic memory.
Yeah.
But it's other than that, it's very mediocre. Very mediocre. My dad does that. He'll be like, "I'm gonna watch a Christmas Story." I'm like, "Do we?"
My brothers watch it every year. Yeah, and I'm just like, yeah, okay. And it was funny the first time I saw it, maybe the first 2 times, but then it is what it is.
Right. He fucking got a leg lamp and the tongue on the pole. I got it. I'm all set.
Yeah. Everyone says you're going to shoot your eye out. Then you almost did. Okay, great. Christmas Vacation, though, classic.
Oh, yeah.
Absolute classic. Love that. Die Hard, I agree, is a Christmas movie. Home Alone's funny. The first one. But they also don't play it for 24 hours straight on 2 different TV stations. So
Yeah.
All right, Mark. Head off.
Gentlemen, thanks for coming. What a show. We had a great show today. We're up into the 40s for a while watching. I think I picked up like 8 subscribers.
Nice.
Devin G, when you shoot the D ball in the wind straw, it's intramuscular. So make sure you use a half-inch gauge directly to the muscle. Don't do it subcutaneous into the fat because it won't work as well. So make sure you get it right into the muscle group and 3 times a week. Okay. Have a good day.
It's not insulin. It's not insulin. It's not subcutaneous. Oh man, great show, everybody. Great show. Thanks everybody for showing up. We do appreciate it. We had all kinds of guests today. Jeez, I don't even remember who all. I think we started with Kimbo and Looking Glass were the first 2 that popped on. We had Awesome Paul on, and of course Evan and George and Buckley and Evan. I do want to do a pen show here in the next couple of weeks if you're down with it.
Yeah, it should be fine. I just have to think of some stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
Hopefully people come with questions because I try not to repeat what I've already talked about, but you know, at a certain point, I kind of run out of stuff to talk about.
It's true. Yeah, I get it. It does. It's hard, but it's interesting and it's different, you know. And if we do, you know, even if we do an hour and a half on, we can still do watch talk too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what's nice about it. Is you can move and do whatever you want to do. But I appreciate everybody for coming by. Evan, always good to have you on.
Sorry. Till next time, same bat time, same bat channel. You know?
Yes. Yvonne Craig, Batgirl. Damn. Speaking of girls we like in movies and TV shows, she was good. She looked good in the outfit. So, all right, guys. Well, we're at 4:53 time elapsed. I think we're gonna lucha on out of here. I appreciate again everybody for coming over. All right, guys. Everybody have a good day, and I will see you next week, probably on the stream sometime this week. Be good.